Hello, Chad. I am late. You want to know why I'm late? So, unbeknownst to me, or rather, I thought it would be a good idea to update the BIOS earlier today. I applied a BIOS update at like, what, 5 p.m. today? I already knew things were looking a little weird when, I think it failed to boot the first few times or something. And, well, it was actually working fine for like 4 hours until like 20 minutes before stream. I was running check disk on one of the disks that was being a little problematic. And all of a sudden, I got a freaking green screen on my Instar build, so it's not blue. Are you participating in Huntress CTF 2025? I am not too interested in... I haven't been interested in CTFs in a long while. Ever since I started doing work, it's just too much of a time sink for me to do. I know Flare-On is happening soon. I forgot. I'm a little interested in that, but like that's about it. I'm not too interested in running any or participating in any CTF right now. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So yeah, I got a random green screen out of nowhere. I was like, okay, sure, whatever. I think the one I got was K mode exception not handled. So I thought, okay, it's probably just a random driver crash, right? So I tried to reboot. I figured, you know, I check the crash dump after I'm in the BIOS. Oh, sorry, after I'm back in Windows. And then right after I reboot into Windows, it freaking green screen. Rather, it didn't green screen. It actually just hard reset again. And then I tried a few times more. Then I got a green screen the next try. Then I tried again. Then it hard reset. So at this point, I'm like, okay, what's going on? I bootlooped like 3 times already. I have like less than 20 minutes before stream starts, right? I was like, okay, let's go back a little bit. What was I doing before the crash? I was running check disk. I installed a new NVMe SSD today. I unplugged the drive, didn't do anything. And then I was like, okay, what else did I do today? And then it occurred to me, what if it's a freaking BIOS? So, thankfully, I had all of the BIOS updates I ever installed, all the firmware on the drive, on one of my hard drives. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna roll back to an earlier firmware, see if that helps. And yeah, it's like, and by the time I applied the firmware update, it was like or the rollback, it was already like 9 p.m. So clearly I had to postpone stream. At this point, I'm like, okay, I got to tell everyone that I'm postponing a stream. The stream is not probably not happening at midnight. So after I roll back the firmware and everything seemed to work just fine now. It hasn't crashed since. Let's hope it stays that way. Aside from that, I checked the crash dumps. The first one was video driver related crash dump, and then I checked the last few ones. The last few ones were actually all from Antiwas kernel. I checked the crash dumps, and they were all very nonsensical IRQO less or equal. Things you typically see, the bug checks you typically see when it's a hardware specific issue. And to verify this, you could just see which driver crashed, and the ones that were listed were all very random. So at this point, I'm like, okay, that was definitely a hardware BIOS issue. Anyways, I'm guessing it's the BIOS, so screw ASUS, I guess. The reason why I even downloaded the BIOS update was because I was just kind of curious to see if it would improve anything on my system, and possibly security fixes and whatnot. The current BIOS I'm on is like 3 months ago, and the latest one they uploaded was like a week ago. And yeah, I guess lesson of the day: don't apply a freaking BIOS update before on the day you have a stream. Oh man. Okay. Whew. Okay. let's get back onto the topic here today. We're gonna be talking about my trip to Germany and EU in general. It's actually my first time in EU. The previous other places I've been to was like, I think I've been to Japan like 7 times or 8. I'm not sure. And then US once. That was like back in 2016. And China probably like when I was like 9 or something. It's like that's long ago. Probably won't be able to visit China ever again, but you know, knowing what I do. Anyways, yeah, I haven't been to EU. I haven't been to any parts of EU or anywhere near EU even, like not even the UK. So it's my first time in Germany and EU in general. I didn't really know what to expect. As we'll see later on, that's gonna come back to bite me. Anyways, so yeah, it was a very long flight. I think it was like 13-14 hours ish, just to get to Amsterdam, and then after that we have to transfer from Amsterdam to Berlin. So yeah, this was from the initial flight to Amsterdam. I was with China Airlines, and they had a little cute collab with Jikawa. I thought this was really neat. I actually haven't had this yet. It's actually in my backpack. I really wasn't that hungry by the time this was served. Yeah, they served 2 meals for the duration of the flight, I guess. I'll be honest, looking back at this picture, it doesn't really look very appetizing, does it? Yeah, I guess that's supposed to be broccoli on the top left, but honestly, I can't tell you. Like, even at the moment, I could not tell you that's what the heck that is. Like, it looks very alien. It looks kind of scary. The food itself was fine though. I think I'm one of the few people that don't really complain about airplane food. Like, I never really had any issues with the airlines I've been with. The in-flight meals are always, at the very minimum, okay to me. Like, I wouldn't say I ever ran into any gross ones or ones that don't taste good. And yeah, also, by the way, unrelated rant. I love how all of these, I'm not sure if I love or hate, all of these in-flight entertainments, tablets that you have on the back of the seat. They're all running like very old versions of Android. Like this one is, you can probably tell from the icon, it's probably like Android 4 or something. And we're like what, Android 15 or 16 now? And they're usually very slow. That said, you know, for the purposes of in-flight entertainment, I think it's good enough, but still. There was another complaint I actually had with the flight though. So, unbeknownst to me, since it's been a long time since I last flew a flight this long, I already knew there was gonna be on-plane, in-flight Wi-Fi, right? But it turns out they offer a free plan where it allows you to text on various social medias, like it's explicitly listed out, like Line, WhatsApp, and some other ones. But funnily enough, the only app that actually worked, like not even Line. I don't know why they list the Line if it doesn't work. The only app that actually worked was Signal. So somehow one of the apps that wasn't on the whitelist was able to work just fine. So at the very least, I could text my friend over on Signal. I did try to pay for the unlimited Wi-Fi until the flight lands. I actually paid for that, and turns out they were actually, so the service weren't run by Panasonic Avionics, the company that you're probably very, very familiar with if you fly with if you are on flight a lot. You've probably seen their map app on the various in-flight entertainment console. Anyways, so the service was provided by them, and they actually let you pay in 3 ways. Previously, it was just credit card on the previous flight that I had their Wi-Fi services with. So turns out they now also take PayPal and Alipay. Anyways, I tried to pay for it. I was like, okay, you know what? It's only 21.90 or something for the in-flight Wi-Fi service if you want to actually use it for a limited amount. So I paid for it with PayPal, and that's very important. We'll come back to that later. I paid with PayPal, right? And then after I paid with PayPal, which actually another thing is, one of the whitelisted services for the plain Wi-Fi, I guess, is the PayPal website, because if you go to paypal.com, it'll actually work. Anyways, so sorry. I paid for it, and then it went back to this page where I paid it with, and it was like, okay, we're verifying your information, and then it just kind of looped there for like 2 minutes, and I was like, at this point, I was like, okay, is it working? Because like the thing with in-flight Wi-Fi is it's very unstable. Even the actual website portal itself is like, it takes a little while to load for some reason. Okay, I was like, I got charged on PayPal. Surely I have the services by now, right? It's like, I sat there for a little while. I was like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. So I went back to in-flight core Wi-Fi portal, and I went back to check, and then no, it says I'm still on the free plan, and all of the purchasing options are gone for some reason. Like I can't even purchase any of the plans anymore. So like at this point, I'm like, is the plan active? Am I still on free Wi-Fi? Like I tried reconnecting to the AP as well. At this point, I'm like, okay, I got charged, but I don't think I actually got the service, because like I actually tried visiting to various websites, and yeah, most of the websites I tried to go to didn't work. And what was funny is I was actually on the terminal on my Android phone. I was like, okay, let me try using curl to go to like example website or something. I type curl http:// note https example.com and -v. What actually got was actually kind of surprising. So instead of being greeted to the website or, you know, straight out not working, it actually redirected me to Squid. So it actually returned with a cache miss error. I was like, okay, that's interesting. Apparently they're using Squid as their proxying service on the plane. That was actually kind of funny. I guess you won't ever see that page under normal circumstances, but I was like, okay, that's interesting. I guess I know how their system works now. Anyways, so I tried going to an HTTPS version, and at this rate, if you go to any HTTPS website, if it's not on the whitelist, you'll just get a timeout. So you're gonna be sitting there for a little while, and then after a little while, it's gonna be like, oh, actually, it's not a timeout. You get a connection reset. So yeah, and you can guess that. I guess the requests aren't being intercepted and processed to see if DNS and whatnot actually checks out. Anyways, so yeah, I guess those got redirected, and then that confirmed to me I didn't actually get the plan I want to pay for. So at that point, I was like, okay, I'm gonna file a chargeback with PayPal because I didn't get what I paid for, right? And thankfully, PayPal was actually very lenient. They immediately refunded me, and then we helped with a resolution scenario. I was like, okay, we'll wait if the buyer responds, and even if not, here's your money back for now. And yeah, I got the refund, thankfully. Now, with that being said, I actually got a notification from PayPal today. They actually told me that, okay, PayPal decided to side with you. This case is closed. So at the very least, I got my freaking payment back. Anyways, there wasn't really a whole lot for me to do on the plane. I already had some plans on what to do, and one of them was doing some Sim 5 work. on SimV work on the plane, and which I did, but honestly didn't do a whole lot because I don't have my full DAW set up with me, so obviously I couldn't listen to any effects, and I obviously couldn't tune too much when I just have the stock SimV, which by the way, SimV works on Linux natively without any pain. I didn't have to install anything. I didn't have to wrangle with anything. I just double click on the SimV app and it just worked. That was very cool to learn. Unfortunately, SimV 2 is not available for Linux. It's only available for Mac and Windows. That's unfortunate. I hope they support Linux in the future. Anyways, what I ended up doing the most for the flight though wasn't actually SimV. Like, I did also sleep a little bit, but what I ended up doing was I didn't know this before boarding the flight, but it turns out in between each seat is a power outlet, and so I just plugged my charging brick in there, and then I plugged my laptop in. I didn't have to use my power bank for the laptop, thankfully. And yeah, that was great. I was like, okay, now that I have unlimited time on my laptop, what can I do? I checked my Steam. I didn't have it in most games installed on there. By the way, this is on a Linux laptop running Arch. But it did have one game, Project Zomboid. So yeah, I played Zomboid for like a few hours, for a good few hours. So shout out to Zomboid for letting me, actually shout out to Airline as well, because I wouldn't have been able to charge my laptop and play at the same time. Yeah, it was build 41. I actually had the mods installed as well. So yeah, it was a good time. I did play quite a bit with that save. Are you gonna eat that? I am. In fact, it's gonna be gone in the next image. That's actually what's inside. Honestly, this was okay as well. Oh, right. They also have part 2 of Chico on there. Funny enough, I thought they were. I don't know why they would offer part 2 but not part 1. Like, a few. This was each part is apparently like an hour or something. So I watched like an hour of Chiikawa on here. This is my first time actually watching this. I wouldn't say anime, it's more like a cartoon. Very good time. It was a good time. Yeah. Okay. At this rate, we have already landed. By the time we arrived in the Netherlands, it was morning. So yeah, my friend was wide awake. I was kind of awake too. A little tired, but I was actually feeling all right. This music is making me fall asleep. Yeah, give me a second. This music is a little too chill. And we have something else. What we can have? Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. Okay. Right, so this is immediately after we got off the plane, and yeah, my first time at AMS. Didn't know what to expect. In fact, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know this was the thing. So apparently, to go in and out of certain parts of EU, you have to go through passport control. And what passport control is basically Papers, Please, right? Kind of like that. The person at the gate has to ask you a few questions, and then they stamp the I guess it's the visa or whatever. Like you get a little permit stamp for entering EU. And I didn't know this was a thing. I didn't know how bad it was gonna be. So you can't really tell from this image. You'll be able to tell in the image coming up soon. But the passport control at AMS is infamously long. Thankfully we had like 3 hours of transfer time, so it wasn't that bad. So, and the line on average takes like 50 minutes to get through, according to online sources. And I actually timed it as well, as actually around 50 minutes as well. Very long. I never had to deal with transfer time this long before, mainly just because of this line. Now, if you're an EU citizen, you can just take the one on the left without much of an issue. Let me try and capture cursor. Yeah, if you're EU citizen, you could just go through here, and the line is barely. It's really not bad because like it's an automatic gate thing where it's just biometrics and looking through the passport, and it's automatically permitted if you are an EU citizen. Yeah, this was oh yeah, there's also a short connection passage just in case you have a flight coming up very, very soon. Like if you're in a hurry, absolute hurry, and like of course the security is actually gonna have to check your boarding pass to see if you're actually going to that flight. This is immediately after the passport control gate. Yeah, here you can see how bad the line actually is. Like, it's not great. It is very, very long. I hopefully blurred out all the faces, but yeah. Very long of a wait. Yeah, at this rate, after going through passport control, we were able to get to our flight, thankfully. Oh, so this was our flight from AMS to Berlin. It was a small aircraft, it was tiny, obviously. It's basically what most would consider a domestic flight plane, and it's pretty small. This was the first time I've ever actually seen USB-C on a plane. I think it's because this plane is relatively new. What was actually really nice was that, yeah, as you can see, it's actually 60 watt. So you could charge your laptop on here if you really wanted to. The flight was like 55 minutes or something. Like, it was barely any time, so I didn't really need to use it. And I couldn't be bothered to get my cable anyways. Oh yeah, they did offer snack, even though it was a very short flight. Yeah, the flight was carried out by KLM. I didn't know a whole lot about KLM until this trip. Remember this name? It's gonna come back later. But the snack was actually nice. It's a macaroon, but it actually felt like a very dense biscuit. I kind of liked it actually. It was like cold as well. I personally liked it. Not a huge coconut fan though, personally, but you know, free snacks. Yeah. Immediately after getting to Berlin, I did. We pretty much just took a taxi, Uber to our hotel. Now, thankfully, I think the Uber can be covered by. Okay, just barely covers it. Covers the cost of the Uber to the hotel. Oh yeah. Actually, before I continue, let me explain why I'm in Berlin in the first place, or why I was. So I was actually there for a business trip. We were there to do a presentation at VB 2025. And yeah, so it was basically a business trip. Almost all expenses paid by the company, thankfully, including the flight and whatnot. Anyways, so I didn't actually contemplate whether or not to take the public transits, but like the public transit system looked very confusing. So that's why I didn't. We didn't actually end up taking the public transits, like the buses and or the trains. But we did actually end up taking one of those later. We're gonna get there in a little bit though. Now, I already knew Uber and Bolt are apparently decent in EU, or rather in Germany specifically. So we call it an Uber, and like the cab driver was apparently already around, and we weren't very familiar with the layouts of BR. So we pretty much went to the taxi area before we called the Uber, and when the Uber driver arrived, I checked the map. I was like, okay, where's this guy? He's like on the right. Apparently, he's very much near us. But I didn't see the license plate. So at this point, the driver was like, "Hey, I'm here," or whatever, and I was like, "Hey, I'm not very familiar with the layout here. Where are you exactly?" And the driver texted back in Dutch. Is that the language? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Anyways, basically they were speaking German, and or rather texting German. I was like, okay. Thankfully, there's a little translate button right below the speech bubble. So at the very least I could understand. But that also tells me, yeah, I guess the guy doesn't want to text in English, I guess, because like I don't think the text is automatically translated for him, because his messages are not automatically translated for me. I was like, okay, that's not good. Anyways, he at the very least said he was it's like right across from the taxi area. I was like, okay, I could just barely make out what they were saying with the machine translation. And thankfully, we did see him eventually. Where like it was what he said, across from the taxi lane. And yeah, I gotta say, taxiing is very different in Germany compared to in Asia, or like at the very least Japan or Taiwan. Because usually, I wouldn't say usually, but like I want to say like 40-50% of the taxis have been to around here, the taxi driver will usually do a little chit chat. No, this guy was very quiet. Well, and that was fine. They pretty much just asked the number and then got to driving. And he was also apparently he was also on the call with people. Anyways, eventually he didn't hang up and just back to driving. It was pretty much quiet all the way through. It was like a 30-40 minute drive. I think it was 40 minutes actually, or 30. Yeah, it took a little while for us to get there. And yeah, this is like, we're literally right outside the hotel. Actually, there's like a bunch of taxis around here apparently. We were at the hotel that VB 2025 assigned. Like, apparently we weren't really recommended to book elsewhere, so sure, we went with what they were recommending. And this would I also have a whole lot to say about the hotel as well, but we'll get there. But yeah, we did eventually get there, and it was only like 12 or 1 p.m. by the time we arrived. And we weren't really supposed to check in until like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Thankfully, the person, the reception desk, actually said that it was okay. We can book you in. We can check you in early. We did find a empty room for you, and we dropped off our stuff. And then we were like, okay, it is still very early. We gotta fix our jet lag as well. How about we walk around the city to see if there's anything we can do, and also get something to eat because it was lunchtime. So he pretty much just looked. Sorry, my colleague. Yeah, my colleague was just with me as well. I'm not alone. It was 2 of us. We pretty much walked around, and he was like, "Okay, how about we go to this restaurant-looking place?" I was like, "Okay." Apparently, it's like a grill place or something, like based on the name. So we were on the way there, and on our way there, I was like stumped looking at this. I was like, "What the hell is this?" Is this like public display art? Is this an ad? Is this a placeholder? What? Huh? What is this? So I asked a few different people. Most people just thought it was just like, you know, it was just like street art or whatever. But like whenever I look at this, you know what it reminds me of? I feel like I'm looking at a CAPTCHA. The ones that ask you to click like certain things in certain order. What it's like? Okay, click 1, 4, 2, 3 in this specific order in this image, or something. Like it looks so random. I still don't really know what this is supposed to be. Anyways, yeah, we kept walking, and I gotta say, walking in Germany actually feels like a decent time. You know, if you've never been to Taiwan, we barely have any place or walkway to speak of. So like, okay, so imagine this. In Taiwan, let's get rid of this part. This part is probably gonna be like part of a building, right? So like, and it's probably gonna be like half of this size. And the roads are usually a little bit tighter as well. And instead of having to walk under the building, sometimes sometimes this part is going to be parked up by bikes or scooters. So sometimes you have no choice but to wrap around. So like you basically have to walk in between either the parked car here, or worse, you have to walk outside. So like basically you're on the traffic now, and yeah, not a great time to be a Taiwanese. There's a reason why some people call Taiwan a traffic hell. Anyways, yeah, it was very comfortable to walk in Germany at the very least. It's nice to actually be able to walk on a pedestrian walkway as one would and or expect. Okay, so we got to this grill place. I'm gonna show you where it is in just a little bit. But the guy there, there was a waiter. I think he's supposed to be a waiter anyways. A very enthusiastic, very, very... Okay, I wouldn't say enthusiastic is the right word. I'm thinking more like upbeat, a charming fellow. Right. And he was very nice. He sat us down. He was like, "Hey, dude, you guys want candlelit?" I was like, so no, actually, he was like, you guys want to sit separately or together? And we're like, together, of course. And then he lit up the candle. I was like, huh. I noticed that there was also another thing I noticed. Some of the places we've been to, most of the seats have candles. I guess candle dinner is like a common thing. Anyways, yeah, the guy was very nice. And he actually spoke English to us as well, thankfully. Now, that being said, there was this paper menu that was handwritten. Unfortunately, obviously, we cannot read that. So we pretty much just went with what's on the regular menu here. And one of my German friends said, hey, don't bother with getting anything authentic German food because such thing doesn't exist. Obviously, he's exaggerating, but like, it's like, don't worry, don't just pick like the German stuff, all right? You can pick other stuff as well. So this place actually had a huge menu. They were doing a whole lot of different dishes. So what I ended up getting was this 55 one, this spicy burger of curry, rice, and mixed salad. And yeah, thankfully this menu had English text as subtitle, thankfully. Yeah, then this is the place. Very nice decor inside as well. Mine, did it say here? Oh yeah, mixed salad, there you go. Yeah, mine had a salad. This salad was okay. I'm not too, I'll be honest, I don't think I was used to any of the salad being served in Germany. It was just, they were all just either, I think it's the vinegar or whatever dressing they were using. I wasn't a huge fan. But you know, I still ate it. Of course, I'm not gonna waste food. I'm not gonna be like, ooh, you bad salad. You no, I'll just eat it. Oh, and this was the one that I got served. So when I was served this, I really wasn't entirely sure how I was supposed to eat this. What, like, what's this sauce for? Why is there a piece of lettuce on as the bed? So here's a really stupid thing I did. I was like, okay, I'm gonna have this entire bed of lettuce with this unknown sauce on top of the rice, and I just ate it all in like one bite. And then the waiter that was that at our table was like, hey, you gotta put the sauce on the patty so it'll taste nice. I was like, oh, that's what that was. Because like the menu did mention. Okay, I guess it didn't mention this. Basically, it was paprika sauce. So the guy got me another small what's the word for it? Basically, a small serving of the sauce again. I was like, okay, add it on the patty. It's gonna taste great. And he was right. He was right. The thing tasted great with sauce, actually. By the way, I love how charred this was. I actually like my patty charred like this, or like cooked food in general. I actually like a little char. It's pretty nice. The curry here was interesting. I noticed there's barely any curry sauce. In fact, it was, or like in Germany in general. And I guess the curry was cooked with the rice. So eepy, same. You can fall asleep to this. The music probably doesn't help, right? I'll need to watch VOD. If you're here for the rest of the stream, then you're here at the right time. We haven't really gone too far yet. This is still our day one. But if you also can't catch it, yeah, I guess you can watch the VOD later. Gonna work also. Had 4 energy drinks. Damn. Didn't sleep since 7 a.m. yesterday. So what's been like 24 hours? Damn. I am sorry to hear that. 27. Jesus. You really should catch some sleep. That doesn't sound good. And yeah, this was the grill place that we're at. The problem is I'll try looking from phone. Okay, don't worry about it. I suppose it is still evening, just barely evening for the EU folks. I guess at the very least, I'm now familiar with the EU time zone. I know it's +2. It's still plus. I'm in +8. It is my bet. I will die in it. Silent Hill F was so good. I just played for like 16 hours straight. That's what happened. So we'll be playing Silent Hill F. Probably next week. I unfortunately have to go back to. I unfortunately have family business to attend to later this weekend, so I will not be able to stream. You know, it's freaking Mid-Autumn Festival. It's a very big event in Taiwan and China. So yeah, yeah, very nice place. Would go again just for that guy. The waiter is very nice. So this was so at this point we're like, okay, let's go to the mart so we can like get something to drink and or possibly other things. On our way there, we kind of noticed the street was like full of different Asian. Why did I get prompted with a Streamlabs authorization? What? Hang on a second. What? Huh? Who opened the prompt? What? Huh? Did I click on something? Okay, that was weird. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Right, this place was very full of restaurants and stores of different culture, like this Asia kitchen or whatever. I noticed there was also another very Asian themed restaurant down here as well. Quite a few different things. Did you eat the big sausage, like a comically large sausage and the tiny bread? We'll get there. I did eat something like that, yes. But we'll get there. It's not quite there yet on the first day. I gotta talk about ow. I gotta talk about the ow. Okay, fine, I'll drink. Okay. I gotta talk about our hotel real quick. It was certainly a hotel. So first of all, I think this might be the first hotel I've ever been to where they had 2 restrooms for some reason. I know it was like a double bed room, well, like intended for 2 people, but still, I wasn't expecting 2 restrooms. It's like one with the toilet and shower, and then this one with just toilet. So that was a weird sight to see already. And then I looked closer. I was like, wait a second. This one has lock. This one doesn't. Huh? Why? Why would you not have a lock, especially for a place with especially for a room that has a shower in it? And that you look even closer, it gets even weirder. Because, like, you see this little piece? That's, like, intended for the lock. So, and then I look back here. That piece is also there, but where's the lock? And believe me, I checked. I could not find a single lock or anything that locks this room. I don't understand. It was so weird. Another thing that's not pictured here was in our room there's also another door that's like locked. Like you can't go in there. So I assume that's like a staff closet or something. So like I assume it's for like rooms or whatnot. But like why is it my room? Shouldn't it be in the hallway or something? Why is there a locked room that I can't open? What? And another, I'm gonna rant a little bit about the hotel. And then I was like, okay, how do I charge my things? I learned this during the stay. Apparently, you guys don't have hotels that have like surplus outlets for some reason. Like all the outlets I saw, they were all plugged in by either TV or lamps. Like there was no free outlet. The only one I saw was like next to the broom closet. I was like, huh? Okay, how am I expected to charge my stuff then? I had another friend that came visit. We're gonna talk about that later. But like, he was staying at another cheap hotel nearby, and he was also like, "Oh yeah, mine also doesn't have any outlets." I'm like, "What?" Yeah, I guess this must be a common thing in the EU, or at least in Germany. I don't know. That's so weird. So I was like, do they just expect us to unplug the lamp? If you're a person from EU and or Germany, let me know if that's the case, because like I never got a conclusive answer out of that. Yeah, that was really weird. So what we ended up doing was we unplugged the lamps, and then we plugged our stuff in. Thankfully, we were able to charge our stuff. Now here comes another thing. Into day 2, we're still on, this photo is still on day 1, but like into day 2, Wi-Fi power outlets stopped working all of a sudden. My colleague was like, "Hey, why is my laptop not charging all of a sudden?" I checked. I I tried plugging the lamp back in. Didn't work. I tried another charging brick. Didn't work. And I was like, okay, there's something weird here. Let me grab something I know it'll definitely work. The hair dryer. Plugged it in. Nothing. So that outlet was just dead. Okay. So like it was only day 2, and somehow one of our outlets already dead. Great, awesome. Yeah, not great. The bed was fine though. I actually really liked some of the amenities offered by the room. Free water, thankfully. Bed was good. And turns out, I guess the water is clean enough if you want to have the tap water. Oh, another thing. The shower was like both cold and hot at the same time. This is really weird. It's like, it's not even just like momentarily cold or momentarily hot, but it was like, I'd be in the middle of a warm shower and then it's all of a sudden like the cold water just blend in with like hot water. It's like both cold and hot at the same time. What? Huh? So that was my first reaction when I was showering. And then after, it was like the next day or something, my colleague was like, hey, did you notice the shower water is a bit weird? I was like, yeah, it's both cold and weird, both cold and hot sometimes. Like, what? Huh? He was wondering if the boiler's broken or something. Because we also noticed the sometimes the bathroom water, sorry, the restroom water, like at the toilets downstairs in the lobby, you notice the water is like weirdly hot for some reason. Like it was just a normal faucet. It was really weird. But otherwise, good amenities, like I said. Bed was good, very fluffy. TV, you could plug your device in, and the HDMI was readily accessible. You also had Chromecast. Now, that being said, the internet was another matter. The internet, you get a 2.5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, public, and no security, 2.5 gigahertz, and the signal was like 40-50% in the room. Not great. And when I connected onto the internet, it was like 20 megabits or 10 megabits per second, or sometimes even worse. So Wi-Fi was shot. I was like, okay, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit in the photo. We're gonna jump a little bit towards here. So, first of all, as you can see, this is the outlet I stole from a this cord was supposed to be for the night lamp. And I was like, okay, there's an internet port. Clearly intended for internet, right? Then there's also 2 other ports. I think these were like the telephone cords. But the internet port, I was like, okay, cool. At least we get Ethernet, right? They didn't have a cable on there. So I didn't really know how they were expecting people to use this internet port. But thankfully I did bring my own. Just in case this happens, because I have been to other hotels where they don't have the internet cable, but like they have a port. So I plugged it in to my computer. Nothing. It turns out this port isn't wired up. Like, it says internet. You plug your Ethernet cable in. You expect it to work, but no, it doesn't. Nothing happens. It's not even like communication issues or anything, because you plug it in, it should at the very least should light up, and or you should see some traffic going into your Ethernet port. Even if it's just doing handshake. Nothing. This thing was clearly not wired up. So I was like, okay, what about this other port? It's not labeled, but surely it should do something. So this cable apparently goes into there was another weird thing as well. Behind the TV, there was this weird AP, an out-of-body AP, that this cable goes into, and then the other end goes into like the LG TV. and like you could connect to the AP as well, but like that AP doesn't do anything. It doesn't offer any internet functionality. So we're like, what is this AP doing here? And like you can connect to it as well, but nothing will happen. So why is it here? Don't know. Anyway, so I unplugged this. I plugged my cable in there, and let me just say, the Wi-Fi and the Ethernet here are scary. I'll just put it at that. Don't try to use the internet here. I can't go into more detail because I don't feel like getting sued by JW Marriott today. But just know that this Ethernet port didn't give me internet, but instead I discovered something more horrifying. Anyways, so I wasn't able to get online with this. Wi-Fi sucks. Oh, it was like, okay. What about my mobile data? I was on roaming with like 5 gigabytes of data plan. I was like, okay, it's gonna eat into my data plan, but at the very least, if I can get a good connection, that would be great. Nope. Wasn't able to. The signal there wasn't too bad, but I wasn't able to get any good speeds. I asked another German friend, and yeah, it turns out I guess the LTE around here just isn't great. I'm very much used to having full 150 to 100 megabits down on cellular network, but like when I was on cell here, it was like 20 megabits per second at the max. So like it wasn't really that much better. I was like, okay, fine, I'll just live with a freaking hotel Wi-Fi. Oh my god. Yeah. Arduous network condition there. Not great. Would not recommend. Okay, here we usually have a shorter sockets. When else with friends, we have to disconnect the lamp and TV, but at least we have one extra two in the bathroom. Yeah, the bathroom ones I can understand. You plug your hair dryers in. That I can understand. And there's also another one next to the faucet in this restroom. But yeah, I guess this must be a universal thing in the EU then, because like in hotels in Japan and Taiwan, you can usually expect at the very least like 2 extra sockets for you to plug your stuff into. Yeah, I don't know. Sure, I guess. Fat European walls honestly wasn't even because of the wall. Like I had my phone right next to the window and it still wasn't any better. Like, and then I tried outdoors as well. I tried checking in speed outdoors and it was still like 20 megabits per second. It was like not great. But at the very least, the connection was stable outside as opposed to very unstable Wi-Fi, you know, in the room. Okay, maybe towers on the other side, who knows? Like I was in different places as well, like even some of the more populated areas, like where like there are a bunch of peoples. It's still not much better, unfortunately. Anyway, so this was a church near our hotel, I think. I think this is a church anyways. Like, there's supposed to be a cross at the very top there. But it didn't go inside, of course. Not much of a religious person. And, oh yeah, there's a cross here. And I guess the surrounding areas also had constructions going on. So, my colleague was like, okay, you know what I want to have for dinner? I want to have Five Guys. I was like, there's Five Guys in Germany? And then I asked another German friend. He was like, I didn't know there's Five Guys in our country. What the heck? Yeah, I guess there is a Five Guys around here. where I was. Thankfully, they had a kiosk, so we didn't have to bother with them. We didn't have to bother the cashier with our English and/or possibly bad German. So yeah, kiosk was good. we actually got a few things there. My colleague ordered like fries with milkshake and like a very small milkshake, and a burger. I was like, okay, I'm not that hungry. I'll just take, and like that burger looked big anyways on even on the kiosk, and actually turned out to be quite actually turned out to be a little bit bigger than I would have liked as well. So what I ended up ordering was a grilled cheese sandwich, which is great because I never had a grilled cheese sandwich before. I thought might as well get my first time grilled cheese sandwich. And that, yeah, it was really good. I actually really liked it. It was very salty though. But aside from that, this was one of the highlights of this trip actually, because like it was salted at just about the right amount. Like it was a little bit salty, but like, you know, I think I actually quite enjoyed it. And the fries were amazing as well. Like the fries they had was like with peels. It was very good. There's one thing I got dock points for though is sorry, sorry, give me a second. There's one thing I got dock points for though. It's the free refill drinks. So I went to go grab the drink. You know, so it's one of those machines where like, you know, the ones. I think it's made by Coca-Cola because like almost every time I see this machine, it's always Coca-Cola owned products of brand of drinks. You know, one of those machines where like you can choose what flavors you want on the screen, and then you press the button, and then it's gonna spit out that. That wasn't the problem. The problem was their ice machine wasn't working. I pushed my cup. It's one of those where I like push your cup in and then automatically dispense the ice. Pushed the cup in, didn't get any ice out of it. So I was just drinking like room temperature Coke. That was not great. I didn't even end up drinking much of it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like my Coke to be room temperature. I prefer it to be cold. Yeah, really like this grilled cheese sandwich. It was amazing. Would love to have it again. Unfortunately, we don't have that, guys, in Taiwan, though. Right, so I think this is the next day already. So the next day we were like, okay. My colleague was like, okay, I want to go see the Berlin Walls and the museum. I was like, okay, sure. So this is going to be our first time with the public transit in Germany. And I didn't really know what to expect. Like, I did look it up before we went there. Like, before I even hopped on the plane, I did look up the public transits. And, yeah, we bought a 24-hour ticket so that we could take basically any of the train that's within the AB area. So, like, to explain this, Berlin has like 3 tiered of different locations. There's A and B and C. And C is like the outer rim of the city, so like suburb and or remote area. So like the 24-hour, we got a 24-hour ticket that allows us to go anywhere in the AB area, and it was 10.6 euro. I'll be honest, a few other people said it was expensive, but like, I don't think it was. 10 euro seems reasonable to me. And yeah, also a little Easter egg down here. Yeah. My history teacher in high school had a piece of the Berlin Wall. We're gonna get there as well. I have something to talk about that as well, regarding that. Anyways, so yeah, to use the ticket at the for any of the things you bought. By the way, the 24-hour ticket was apparently valid for all of these different services. Like there's the reason why I said the reason why I didn't want to take public transits in the first place was because this was all these different symbols. They're very confusing. I guess there's just like different services, different trams and or buses or metro or whatever. Anyways, so the ticketing system in Germany was like basically after you buy your ticket, there isn't a gate or anything that checks your ticket. What instead you have to do is you put your ticket in this machine here, and then it'll print, and then it'll stamp the current time and the current station you're at, and then you're good to go. No one's gonna check your ticket. Now, that being said, if you are caught without a ticket, apparently you get fined for it. Obviously, we're fine with paying, of course, and as you should. So yeah, we just validated the ticket, although no one ever came to us to check the ticket. I don't know. Yeah, we were trying to take the 12:28 one. Yeah, as you can see, there was a time here. Also, very helpfully indicates which cabin is allowed for what. I don't. Oh, okay. That's. Why is there? Huh? What is this symbol? Oh no, I think that's wheelchair symbol. And why are there two? Okay, whatever. Like there's like ones you can bring your bike in, one's for disabled people. Sarah. Hello, person on YouTube. Anyways, right. So this isn't the one that we took, but it's something very similar. It was like on the other side of the platform, not going to where we're going to, but took a picture. This is my first time seeing a train that had like 2 floors. We don't have those here. So that was very interesting. The ones we took as well also had like a 2nd floor as well. Like, ooh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, the one we took, the cabins, the seats are actually like flipped out. So like, if you want to sit down, you have to like pull the seat out and then sit on that. Anyways, it was like a very short trip though. We only had to hop on for like 1 station. You might be thinking, wow, €10 for 1 station? Really? Don't worry, we actually had to transfer in, take other routes as well. So, we did look it up, or at least my colleague did look it up. You pretty much get your money back after like 4 stations worth of public transits. So, yeah. What we ended up taking was like actually, you gotta consider it to be round trip as well. So I guess like 2 stations worth of trains and 2 stations, actually multiple stations worth of metro, and 2 trips on the tram. All of those use the same ticket as well. So we're pretty much, I would say €10 is pretty good for that, actually. Anyways, we had, yeah, it turns out we were going to the Berlin main station. Alright, give me a moment. Right. I was like, okay, I want to have some currywurst. And my colleague was like, hey, let's go to this Curry 36 place. Apparently it's like a chain or something. Currywurst? Or something like that. Yeah, I pretty much just ordered whatever they had on this menu here. Like, they had proper German menu up there, but like, you know, this one had English. And there were like 2 Americans in front of us when we were in the line. And I pretty much just ordered what they ordered, which is the first one, the 2 curried sausages with french fries with ketchup and or mayonnaise. But I got mayonnaise. Sorry, I got ketchup. Also, with organic meat. I don't really know what this means. Biowurst. That sounds like a Resident Evil item. Anyways, so I got those. What's funny was the guy in front of us, he was about to pay, right? And like he was paying with card, And like there's this kiosk up here where you have to like tap your card to pay, and or other selections up there as well. And just before he paid, the tip screen came up, and then he was just about to press the card against the screen, and by accident he tipped the waiter. Sorry, he tipped the cashier. Like there were like 4 options on the screen with like different amount. I was like, oh, I don't think he noticed, because like he pretty much just walked off like normal. Didn't even say anything about that. But yeah, anyways, the whole tipping thing, we'll come back to that later as well. Just keep that in mind. So yeah, this was the currywurst. I didn't really know what to expect of currywurst. I didn't know exactly what it was. So I guess it is typically most typically served with French fries, and you get the sausage here. I can barely see it because it's like swimming in sauce. I guess the curry part is like the curry powder. So what they do is apparently that you put ketchup on there, and then you put curry powder on your sausage. And all the sausages I've had were actually not what I was expecting. Sausage I'm usually expecting are usually like relatively hard. Like, I wouldn't say it's like with chew, but like, you know, you typically have like a hard casing outside and like soft meat in the inside, like clearly processed meat in the inside. But this one felt more like a meat, like it felt more of a meat product than usual. Like, I already know sausage itself is a meat product, but like the insides of this felt more processed than usual. And it turns out all of the sausages in Germany are like this. I'm not really sure how they're made. So yeah, this was the actual sausage itself. Yeah, then we had to take this metro thing to where we're going to go, which is here. I don't know where it is here, actually. But it turns out we're going to the Berlin Wall first. Yeah, this was the outside of the Berlin Wall. This wall is actually a this is actually a replica. This is actually not the original Berlin Wall, because the actual Berlin Wall is inside, behind this wall. Yeah, there's just like a section of the wall, and then like the inside is like barred off. And then here's like a very old watchtower. I assume the actual Berlin Wall is like inside this wall, not like outside here. Anyways, so, you know, I was like, okay, what are they looking at? And yeah, it turns out there's like a gap here you can look inside. Yeah, you could barely just make out there's something there. I don't know what it was though. Yeah, right across from it was the Berlin Wall Memorial. Now, unfortunately, it was the documentation center, and it looked fine on the outside, right, in this picture. And then you see this sign. It's like, oh, due to renovation work, the documentation center of the Berlin Wall Memorial, as well as the viewing platform, will unfortunately remain closed until further notice. Yeah, bad timing, I guess. Yeah, we didn't actually get to see any of the historical context behind it. Unfortunate. But there were some other spots around the area as well. It's like right next to, like, in between the station and the Berlin Wall. Like a bunch of other historical sites and explanation for what happened. And it's history. Yeah, the Chapel of Reconciliation. Yeah, this was the chapel. Obviously I didn't take too many pictures inside because it felt weird to be taking pictures inside a chapel. So we took like 2 pictures, that was about it. Now, I think that was still intended to be like a tourist spot, so, you know, it didn't say no photos allowed, so yeah. But I was still like, I'm just gonna take two pictures. Yeah, there was also like a field right outside. Apparently they use this field to actually cultivate things, crops as well. Oh, I took this picture because this was like a few meters away from where we were. I was like, wow, Pan's so good they made Pan 2. I'm still not entirely sure what this is supposed to be. I guess pants? If this is supposed to be a Z, but like there shouldn't be there like a little cross here. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, I also took a few other pictures. I would say this picture actually turned out very well. I very much liked how this turned out. Very good. Oh, right. And then we went, so at this point we were like, okay, let's take a tram and let's go to a museum. And I guess it's like a like nature museum or whatever it's called. Yeah, the ticket for an adult is €11. And yeah, it was pretty much what you expect at a museum. It was pretty much a museum for all kinds of things. Like, oh, you got the main dinosaur exhibition, and then you've got the various plants. Actually, was there plants? No, I actually don't think there was plants, but there was like various rocks, different formations, different creatures as well. It was like very large museum actually. Yeah, rocks. The room that was exhibiting all the different rocks was huge as well. Like there were so many different types of rocks there. It's like from all over the place as well. As you can see, there was some from US, some from Australia, etc. There was also one display case with like a meteorite, which is cool. We went to Germany to see sand. I thought it was really funny. That's why I took this picture. And yeah, of course, astrology stuff as well. Various different chemical compounds. Oh, there was this exhibition of like different birds. That was really fucked up. That it said, "Beloved pet, status symbol, letter carrier, or grill delicacy." Wow, thanks. Yeah, a bunch of different birds, like even penguins. I thought it was really funny. So I guess that's supposed to be like turkey or something down there. And then they had the audacity to put freaking video of rotating grilled chicken up here. I was like, wow. Such disrespect. Oh my god. I didn't know the German noodles were brutal like that. Oh, there was also this like huge room full of I don't even know what these are supposed to be. Like they're like different sea creatures in the solutions. There was like a whole warehouse of it. It was actually like warehouse size, that room. It was insane. And all these are behind glass as well. And like this room was actually closed off. You actually need a key card to get inside. But I can see all of it from the outside. And it was like 2 floors high as well. It's like insane. Oh, yeah, I took this picture because haha, Cosmos, am I right? Because like Dino Saga, like German word for galaxy or something. Yeah, funny. They also had a cafe in this museum as well, which is nice. So this was like by the time we were done. Unfortunately, it's cash only though, which is fine. I did bring like €95 worth of cash. And there were a bunch of other candies as well. It wasn't in the picture, but I ordered a muffin. They had like muffins and cookies and whatnot on display. Like it was like, oh, by the way, this place was only run by like one person. I guess they're on Instagram as well if you want to follow them. But yeah, it was this one lady. It was very nice. yeah, this was the muffin that I got. I ate right next to the window here. Yeah, I guess you see the tram that we were taking. The chicken thing were historically accurate for Germans. Wow. Damn. Didn't know the Germans were like that with birds. Yeah, I guess this was on our way. Right, we were on our way to get dinner. My friend wanted to have like grilled pork or something. I forgot. And it was like, okay, let's go to this restaurant and see what it's like. And yeah, this was on our way there. We were very close to this. I still know what this is supposed to be like. This is supposed to be like a landmark of Berlin. Right, so this is what he ordered. This was supposed to be like pork leg or something. With potatoes and sauerkraut. And I had a tiny piece of it. It was alright. Very unique though. And the sauerkraut was actually the most surprising part. Yeah, the potato was good. Now, of course, I did have more currywurst because I wanted to see what it's like at a place that's not like a fast food place. Because that Curry's 36 place certainly was like supposed to be a fast food place. Yeah, it was good. I didn't finish the fries though. I think I had enough fries that day. I was like, okay, I just had fries for lunch. How about let's not have fries again? Now that being said, yeah. With that being said, the sausage was good as well. And yeah, this was pretty big actually. If you compare that to the fork over there. Oh, I also ordered a side of potato soup. And yeah, apparently came with 2 slices of bread as well. What was actually surprising was like as I dug deeper into the potato soup, I was like, hold on, what is this? It turns out there's more sausage pieces in there. Wow, there sure was sausage in everything. And yeah, this was the place we ate at. Now, remember what I said about tipping? So, yeah, this was one of the first places where I've been to where I was coerced into tipping. So the lady that took us to the table and took care of our stuff was very nice. At the very least, she was polite. And when we were about to check out, we were like, okay, let's split our payments. Let's just pay what we order. And she was like, okay, we can't split, but that's fine. You can still pay by different items, at the very least, which is, you know, that's totally fine. I expect that for most places as well, actually. I was like, okay, you can only pay first. And at this rate, I was checking out and about to pay. And he was like, sorry, and she was like, how much do you want to tip? The little kiosk she had in her hand, there were like 4 different options. One again, and like of various different amounts. I was like, I'm good. No, I'd rather not tip, because I know tipping culture is not a thing in Germany. At least it shouldn't be, right? So like, and then she replied with, "Oh, but the Germans here do that." I was like, no, I'm good. Like, she sounded upset. She was visibly upset too. And I was like, no, I'm good. And yeah, that was very awkward. And then after that interaction, I checked with my German friends, and he was like, no, Germans don't do that. What? Is the American tipping culture getting to the head of German. And yeah, I guess this restaurant was like specifically targeting tourists or something that were doing this. I don't know. It's weird. It was like the food was good otherwise. But bad interaction with the staff. Yeah, this is the menu. It actually had quite a big menu. Not that I can read this, of course. Alright, before I continue, I need a restroom break. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, okay. So yeah, at this point we're ready to head back after our dinner. Yeah, this is I think it was Alexander platform or something around here. Basically, the place was actually full of people. I did not know this until I was back home. Apparently, this place is relatively popular. Oh, this was like the funniest experience I had. The most memorable thing to me. Um, while I was in Germany, I was like, why is this so locked up? Are people just breaking into this vending machine so often that they had to like bar it like this? Yeah, my German friend was like, this must be a sketchy place or something. This was like on one of the platforms, of the trains we were taking. I was like, okay, these snacks probably don't worth a whole lot. Why are people robbing them? I was like, okay, that's weird. Like, it looks more secure than my home. Oh, this is funny. I saw one of the electronic billboards reboot. Actually, this is not the first time I'm gonna see one of these PBSD moments, or like public things just like die or reboot for no reason. We're gonna see another one later on. Oh, so my friend wanted to pick up a board game and a few other things he can bring back from German, and so we went into this toy store. It was like in the mall, right? And the reason why I took this picture, I was like, dude, how are these so expensive? So like for context, these are pretty much what you see in like Crane arcades, like in Round 1, or especially common in Taiwan, like various different Crane arcades. And I was like, dude, what do you mean these are 35 euros? Holy shit. And like, for context, these are supposed to be like $10. For what they're worth, like on retail stores in Taiwan. They're supposed to be $10 to $15. 35 was an insane price. You guys are missing out. That's all I gotta say. I think that's probably one of the reasons. Although this was like the only weeb thing that I saw for the entirety trip of the Germany trip. It was like, thankfully I didn't wear any weeb stuff when I was in Germany, because like I already knew this was like gonna be a serious event. So I was like, you know what? Most of my clothes are weeb, but at the very least I can cover it up with something. So yeah, I didn't see any weeb culture things aside from this at this toy store. That was about it. Yeah, I thought this was pretty cute. If these were drawn by kids. It's a place where they're selling crayon at the same store. Yeah, Pokemon merch as well, of course. You can't go to a toy store without Pokemon merch, of course. Something in the Gala region. 2026 desk calendar. Do kids still use calendars? Like, who's the target audience? Oh, okay, so the main reason why we're going there in the first place, again, just it was more so because I wanted to pick up a few more things to drink. Oh, there was another thing I forgot to mention back in the first supermarket visit. It's a different supermarket, but I didn't know. Apparently, the bottles in German, or like actually many places in EU, apparently, you're required to pay like an additional deposit fee for every bottle things you buy. So like for plastic bottles, like 25 euro, 0.25 euro, you get charged an extra. And like the way you get it back is you recycle it at any of the supermarkets. And what they'll do is they'll take the bottle and then count how many of them there are, and then give you either cash or voucher for it. Anyway, so I'm back here at this other supermarket. I'm like, okay, I want to get something to drink and or possibly something to eat the next morning as well. Well, actually, no, I got the eating. Yeah, I got the snack figured out the day one. But anyways, at this point, we're looking around to see, you know, what food we can bring back home as well, because like You know, gotta have some, gotta get some of that snacks that's like exclusive German, and then get that back home, you know, as a souvenir. At this point, I was like, okay, what is this? You guys have these here as well? Holy shit! Yeah, it's one of those little water loop-de-loop things where you like you press the button, the water from down here comes up and then it blows the ring, and then you're trying to put it on the thing. I thought these were like I genuinely thought I wouldn't see it anywhere else outside of China and Taiwan, because like these are all like just like cheap toys, and like especially given how this one looks like a PS Vita, I thought these would like clear a copyright infringement. Because like look at these, like, even the buttons are using like PlayStation prompts. Like is this legal? At the very least, the PlayStation logo is like a power logo now, I guess. Anyways, it was just really fun to see. Yeah, there was also this bread section, like ones you can store. We were wondering what the heck this thing is supposed to be. I'm still not entirely sure what this is supposed to be. Like, is it a pie crust? Is this a pie? Our conclusion was that this is pie crust, but if that's the case, why is there blueberry? Why is there strawberry? I'm still thinking this is a whole pie. I don't know. And yeah, by the time we're back, the the VV 2025 sign was actually up and displaying at the hotel. By the time we were back on day 2. So this was Tuesday. I took this at Tuesday night. The actual conference didn't start until Wednesday through Friday. Oh, another thing we noticed. So the thing with our room, right, of this hotel in general, is that none of the buttons are labeled, so we don't really know what each of the buttons do. So like we kind of have to press each of them to figure out what they are. Some of them we still don't know what they do. Cause like sometimes we'll just press them and nothing happens. And even the important ones, like the master switch, they're not labeled. We have to, and then we have to press it, and then like, oh, everything turned off. Okay, that's the master switch. Anyways, what was really weird was, I'm still not entirely sure if this is what I think it is, but I think this is supposed to be like a projector screen. Like there was like the two buttons. It was like very far away as well. It was like right next to the bathroom. There were 2 buttons, and one lowers and retracts this thing. Another theory we got was that this is supposed to be used for blocking sun, but like if that's the case, why is it textured and look uncolored like a projector screen? I'm still thinking this is a projector screen. This is not the furthest you can lower it, by the way. We pretty much only like lowered it to like this, and I was like, surely that's a projector screen, right? And then it's not like there was a projector either. It's like we were just very confused. This whole hotel was very confusing to both of us. Not only just in terms of layout. Oh, by the way, another complaint. Sorry, I keep complaining about the hotel, but I gotta say, the bathroom door, the shower door that's inside the bathroom, it doesn't close completely. I can't get it to close completely. And so like, you know how it's a glass door, right? So I couldn't, like, the seal wasn't entirely sealing the actual door when you close it. So like, also the shower space was very small as well. And so like, when I was showering, the water would just leak out from that side, but not only that side, the other side as well. Like, by the time I'm done showering, that door has practically done nothing, because the other side of that door is freaking swimming in water as well, because like the water was just leaking out from that seal, which basically did nothing. This whole hotel was just very weird. It was not cheap either. Like, this is a very expensive hotel. Basically it's like Okay, 2 out of 5. I probably would not visit here again. It's just very bad. Okay, and this is the next day, day 3, when the actual VB 2025 takes place. Now, with that being said, I am not going to show you any pictures that has the actual conference inside, because I don't know. First of all, I don't think I have the permission to show them, if the speakers are okay with it. Second, speakers privacy. And it's not like I took a whole lot of pictures anyways, because we had access to the slides and papers and whatnot, and I didn't really have a reason to take pictures. And even for the lunch and dinner, I was like, okay, you know what? I probably shouldn't show their faces. So I pretty much just hit all of those photos from here. So yeah, you're not gonna see actually much of the conference. If you're interested in the actual talks themselves, I think the slides will be published at some point. The papers, I'm not sure if they'll be published, but at the very least, I'm pretty sure some of the slides will be published. Will be published unless the author. Actually, it's more of an opt-in thing. Like the author has to give VB explicit permission before VB can upload to their site, I think. Anyways, yeah, this was an actual conference itself. It was actually split into like 2 rooms. So there was like this red room, and then there's this green room, which is the ballroom, and this room is just called Berlin, I guess. There's also this very small room that's like for small talks. There are like smaller conferences, and then there was like a threat intelligence something summit. I forgot what the P stands for. And there's also a press room as well. And yeah, there was an exhibition floor for like coffee and tea, and then there was also the poster session here. Also, I didn't know this until when I was there. Apparently, like, their ground floor is like floor 0, and like for your basement, it's like -1, -2. Like it's in Taiwan and Japan, it's like basement, like B1, B2, or whatever for below floor 1. And like our ground floor, we consider floor 1. So I guess the first floor is technically our second floor. Anyway, so yeah, there was a lunch area and the drinks reception area. Oh, this was what was served at the coffee and tea break section. Yeah, all good stuff. It's always nice to have something to eat in between sessions. Not in between sessions, but like at the specified time period. It's usually like in the middle of the afternoon or like early morning, like 10 a.m. ish. The conferences typically start at 9, and I think the coffee break takes place at either 10:30 or 11. I forgot. Yeah, this is the red room. Oh, before the day started, we actually had a little speakers briefing session as well. Yeah. Again, I'm not gonna show anything for the actual conference itself. You're just gonna have to wait. By the way, our session was like on day 1 at 3 p.m. So at this point, I haven't spoken yet. Yeah, this is what we got. The lunch was basically buffet styled, with a few different dishes to choose from. Okay, so at this rate, we've actually done our talk. This was taken like right after the talk. So our talk was specifically about Google Calendar as a C2, which was an interesting thing that was already known actually. Like Google Calendar as a C2 is actually nothing new, but like this was the first time we actually saw in an AP operation. So yeah, our talk is specifically on that. I'm not gonna delve too much into this because first of all, I'm broadcasting this on my own personal channel, and this is technically related to my company, which I don't usually talk about anything company related on this channel. But just know that it was like a talk on AV adversaries. Anyways, so right after that, a lot of people actually came to us to have a little chat after the session. Thankfully, right after our session was a little tea break anyway, so we had plenty of time to talk. Talked with a lot of different people. By the way, during the speakers, it was actually right after the speakers briefing, I actually got to talk to a few nice folks as well. So I met Russian Panda, she was doing a talk on crypto trackers, specifically like underground e-crime, e-crime group basically. And after that, after my talk, sorry, not my talk, my colleague's talk, I'm just there for co-speaking. After our talk, we talked to a bunch of different people as well, and apparently there were some viewers there as well. If you're watching this VOD, hello. Yeah, there were a few different researchers that came up to us and asked about our research. One of them being also a fellow researcher and also a viewer of this channel, I guess. Before the conference even began, like this was a few days before I actually flew out, Noisy Abstraction, one of the viewers here, not the researcher I was talking about earlier, but like Noisy Abstraction, he was like, hey, I'm gonna gift you a copy of Windows Internal. I was like, okay. I really, you may have watched my, for those who have watched my stream for a while, you know that I've always wanted a physical copy of Windows Internals. Never got around to it because it's a little physical version is a little expensive. B, we don't, there really isn't anyone selling it here. So if I had to get it, I probably have to get it shipped from Microsoft because this is published by Microsoft Press or Amazon. So that's why I never bothered. And then here comes this offer that's like, hey, I'm gonna give you a copy of Windows in terms of, holy shit, really? Okay. I did gift him something back in return as well, but they weren't here in person. They apparently had their friend gifted to me after the talk. The person was just like, hey, yeah, here you go. It's in this paper bag that I got from the train. I was like, oh, okay, what's inside? Oh, okay. Very cool. Yeah, shout out to Noisy Abstraction and their friend as well, because I can't imagine having to lug this around, because like this is not a light book. This is like 600 plus pages. Yeah, shout out to both of them. I still need to get like a plastic. I still need to like wrap this with like what's it called? Like a book cover thing. Because like some of it is kind of dent after even before I got it, which is fine, of course. And you know, doesn't matter. Obviously, I'm not gonna complain if someone went out of their way to give it to me. Don't worry about that. But I did also make a few little more dents here and there when I had in my backpack, because I also read it on plane on my way back. So I need to get this get the plastic cover for this at some point. But yes, I actually did read it on my way back on one of the flights, which we're gonna get to. But yeah, don't worry, the next time we stream Windows Internals reading, it's still gonna be where we left off of. But I did like peek a little bit for what's coming up. So for those who haven't caught up with our recent Windows Internals reading stream, we're actually up to chapter 4. We're currently on threads specifically. So I'm now reading like the birth of a thread part of each chapter. I gotta say this has been very helpful. I gotta say, like, even before I started reading it more in depth, like it was just very helpful to just Control F with a PDF version. But after getting it and after reading it on stream, I actually learned a whole lot about Windows in general. Like, a colleague posted in our work chat today, and he specifically linked the research where WER fault secured.exe was being used to dump LSASS and halt EDR operations. And I was like, hey, I know, I knew about WER fault secure. I knew that it runs as a protected process light process, and it has WinTCP full rights. That's why it can dump and access protected system processes like LSASS as well. It's like, holy shit! I actually learned something. I actually remembered a very crucial point that I learned about in chapter 3. I was like, wow, damn. It actually felt like a very, I feel like I was proud of myself for reading this book at that very moment. Anyways, so after at that point, on day 1, around 7:30 p.m. or something, there was supposed to be like a drink party, but we didn't really know if we didn't know if dinner was supposed to be served at the drink party, because like there was no mention of dinner or food or anything like that for a drinks party. So like, we went out to get some dinner anyways, just in case there was no food served at the party, which technically there was, but like, we're gonna get there in a little bit. This bread looked very nice, but that was my friend's food. It was like an appetizer for him. We went to this Merdu nice steak place, I guess. And I ordered a burger, of course, as I do. I actually didn't go a whole lot of food. I think the burger was the only thing I got, and sparkling water. It was very nice. Sorry, excuse me. It was a very nice burger. My friend got a steak. I generally had no complaint for this place until, here we go again. When we were checking out, the cashier was like, "Hey, which tip do you want?" I was like, "No, thank you." And then there was a very awkward silence between two of us for like a good 5 seconds. And at this point, I was like I feel like I was pressured into tipping. I was like, okay, fine. I'll choose the lowest one. I feel like I got scammed out of it because like once again, I asked my German friends. They were like, no, tipping is not a thing unless you think the waiter did very well, which he was polite, but there was nothing outstanding for his service that would make me want to go out of my way to tip him. So yeah, that was very awkward once again. I hope this isn't a common thing, because like not even the first place that we've been to even asked us for a tip or anything like that. So I don't know, it's just like, were they just like taught to ask for a tip for tourists or something? I don't know. Like, anyways, I think I paid more, 7 euros more than I should have for that meal. Which is like, okay, whatever. Not a huge deal. I think I get paid by work anyways when I have these meals, so it's like a huge deal. But still, it was kind of eh. For context, tipping culture is not a thing in Taiwan either. In fact, waiters would not even ask you for a tip, or would even show up at checkout as an option. It's one of those things where you like, if you want a tip, sure, here you go. You can put it in the tipping box. But like, waiters don't actively go out of their way to ask you for a tip. So yeah, it was very off. That was very off-putting for me. I was late because I was eating, but West and Middle EU have buildings starting from 0 east from 1. Well, that is weird. Okay. I still know the differences between I still don't know why that is. Oh, that's strange. Okay, good to know. Right, so like here comes the actual drinking party, quote-unquote party. At the very beginning, I really didn't have anyone to talk to. My colleague went straight to talking to the folks that were I think either Chinese or Japanese. He did talk to both, I think. And by the time I actually returned to my colony, actually no, we'll save that for later. But initially I didn't really have anyone to drink with, so I posted this post on Twitter. I was like, out here, I'm at the party drinking alone. Woo! Now, shortly after that, I don't know if anyone else saw from there saw my tweet, but like it was literally a minute after I posted that, someone came to me and then was like, "Hey, hello, good to see you. You're Asuka, right?" I'm like, "Oh, I guess I am. Hello." Yeah, it was. I talked to a good few fellow researchers there. Thankfully, so I wasn't alone at the party at the very least. We actually chatted a lot. I'm not gonna go into what we chatted, of course, because work stuff. But yeah. Also, just for context, I'm not a huge beer person actually. So beer was kind of okay. I know beer is a big thing in Germany specifically, but I'm not huge on beer. It's not my type of thing. I'm more, in terms of drinks, I'm more of a cocktail person, really. And or possibly shots, which we're gonna actually see in a little bit. But no, it was just either wine or beer there. I was like, yeah, I'm not really big into those. I'll just take like 1 pint of beer. That was about it. Thankfully, they also had sparkling water and regular water and other beverages if you really wanted. But yeah, had a good chat. Yeah, by the time I returned to my colleague, and turns out the TikTok team was there as well. From China. Yeah, my colleague was like talking to them as well. I guess they were here as attendants because like they didn't have any talks specifically. So I guess they were just here to listen to the talks and whatnot. Right. Okay, so this is the next day. So this is supposed to be day 2 or day 4 in my trip. Day 2 for the conference itself. Sadly, I heard that tipping culture slowly comes to you from USA, from now mostly tourists, but yeah. Okay, I guess that explains it. I guess they were, specifically targeting tourists. I guess that would explain it, because my Germany friend was like, no, that's not a thing. At least not for me. I was like, okay, well, weird. So like, I had been bothered by, I had 3 different occurrences where tipping was mentioned, and 2 of them I felt very uncomfortable with, because like they were like coercing me into tipping, which I feel like tipping is one of those things you do out of because you had a good service, not because I was obligated to, like even the tipping culture in USA I don't really understand. Like the most common thing I've heard was because they don't get paid enough, but I feel like that's their manager's problem, not me, right? I shouldn't be the one paying your bill specifically. It should be your boss. Like, if you did a good job, of course I may tip you, but I don't really understand the tipping culture otherwise in US. This is also why it was very bewildering to me when I saw my friend who was in Utah. Yes, I visited Utah. This was back in 2016, and like, before checking out, before hitting the cashier, he would like bring out this tipping calculator. It was like, okay, how much do I got to tip? Like, what? You need a calculator to know how much you got to tip? What? I don't get it. We had jars next to the paying place. Not until recently you couldn't even tip with the card. Wow. I mean, yeah, that's typically the case for here as well. Like, at best you get like a jar or a little box right next to the cashier. It's like you can tip if you wanted to, and with cash. we don't really expect you to tip by card, because tipping is not a thing for us. Like, yeah, here's a little... And the thing is, with tipping box, right? So, most of the places here don't really have tipping boxes either. What they're usually for is that they're usually for donations. And like, a lot of these places, these boxes actually go straight to charity. So, of course, there are many restaurants with actual tipping boxes as well for actually paying the store owner, restaurant owner, and or the waiter. But most places where I've seen were actually just like charity boxes. Like, you put money in there, and then this money goes to charity. Allegedly, anyways. I don't know if they actually do, but like, you know, the thing that's written on top is usually like, hey, this goes to this charity that helps, I don't know, the homeless, the disabled, the dogs and whatnot. Anyways. Okay, scary music, calm down. This is Ratatouille. There was a little sign here that's supposed to say this is Ratatouille. I actually really like this. This was one of the dishes that was served at the conference. Oh, dude, this potato rocks. It was like salted alongside the skin. The skin was actually really good. I actually really enjoyed this. This was served on day 3 as well. We're gonna see it later, but in a later slide and a later image. But yeah, dude, this was actually really good. I could eat like I would eat a plate of this easy. But I only got like in reality I only got like 3 or something before I was like, okay, I'm good. But that's also because I had other stuff with me. What I thought was interesting was I didn't realize this until looking at the pictures after the fact, was that I didn't realize these were being heated by one of those camping fire thing. Well, I don't know what these are called, but like basically they're like alcohol paste, and then you can light it on fire and it just becomes like this portable ration heater thing you sometimes might see alongside camping gear. I definitely noticed the smell. I was like, what's that gas smell? I didn't realize this until looking back. And of course, more tea break stuff. I really enjoyed this. And you put any cheese or cream. Yeah, put any cheesecake in front of me, I'm gonna devour it. I love cheesecake. Very good. Like, very citrusy on the top as well. Okay, before I get to this next part, I am gonna take a restroom break. Give me a moment. Also load upon something else. Let's see. What can I play that won't give me copyright struck? I know what I can play. Give me a moment. No, I'm not gonna play gas. That's probably gonna get me copyright claimed, actually. Where's Xenoblade? I hate it because like it's in Japanese. Nope. Give me a second. How's it spelled? It's not no. No. Se lo. Is it? Oh my god. Sorry, give me a moment. Because my. How is it spelled? I need a quick Japanese lesson. Japanese. Japanese. No, it's not even ze. Ze? Oh, ze. Ze. No? Oh, there it is. Ze no. Okay, I think no. Is that good enough? No. Ah, screw it. Go to album. Shuffle. Okay, I am going to restroom. Be right back. Also, I guess let me put this screen back. Wow, if you didn't feel like sleeping, this will make you want to fall asleep. Interesting else. There you go. I have returned. Alongside my sparkling water. You know, actually, hang on. I have to go underground, so I can't lurk anymore. If I find something interesting during VOD, I'll share on Discord. See you, have a great day. Have a good day to you as well, White Bear. Yeah, speaking of sparkling water, I've noticed there's a abundance of sparkling water everywhere I go. Like, it was very common. At the hotel, at restaurants, you can see sparkling water everywhere, which is interesting. Another thing I thought was interesting was many of the places, especially restaurants and hotels, they have they use glass bottles. I think it's because for environmental purposes. That's why they're using glass bottles instead of plastic ones. And yeah, speaking of the cheaper and environment stuff, I think it's also because it has a lower deposit. It's like, I think for glass bottle, it's like 0.10 euro per bottle or something. As opposed to 0.25. Okay, so let's get back to what I was saying for the images. Yeah, every speaker is actually gifted like a little bag of like a gift from BB, and didn't really know what it was. What we were expecting was just like, personally, I was expecting like food. I was like expecting like a snack or something, because that's what usually is. Either that or like a small shot or something, because I have been gifted that as well from conferences. But no, it turns out it's a piece of barley wall. So I looked this up. Apparently, this is very common as a souvenir. A piece of German history, original Berlin Wall brick. I still haven't opened it actually. Now if I had my camera set up, I would show you. But unfortunately, I don't have my camera set up, so I can't really open it on stream for you guys. But yeah, I actually looked this company up. They're like the main providers of this kind of stuff, and from one of the interviews, they mentioned they still have enough supplies to like last like 10 years or something. I was like, really? Was the wall actually that big that you can have like that you could distribute for this long? I was like, okay. And yeah, apparently it was like 20 to 30 bucks a piece, depending on the size. So yeah, it's not even expensive either. It's like pretty reasonable for souvenir. Oh yeah, so this was before the gala dinner actually. And yeah, this was what I was talking about when I said they have other drinks if you're not too interested in drinking alcohol. Yeah, 7-Up, Coke, Pepsi, etc., etc. I still had beer though. I still ended up drinking beer anyways, and I had like 2 cocktail glasses of wine, white wine. By the way, I can't really drink a whole lot because, like, as an Asian, especially as a Taiwanese, I actually didn't realize this. Oh, first of all, I knew I had what is called the Asian flush syndrome. I already knew that was a thing. Basically, many of the East Asian descendants, we lack like the gene to take care of the enzymes from the alcohol. Hang on a second, let me see if I can hide this bar, because this bar is really distracting. Oh, that is not what I meant. Oops, hang on a second. Where did that go? View. Don't do frameless, thank you. Okay, there we go. Okay, I wouldn't even say it's low tolerance. It's like literally we can't process the alcohol as best as most Westerners can. And I didn't realize this until I was drinking with friends, with a Hungarian friend, which I'll go to, well, which I'll mention in a little bit. That apparently, actually, Taiwanese are the most affected by this because, according to research, like 50+% of the Taiwanese have the same problem. Like, I already knew it was popular amongst East Asians, like Chinese, Japanese, they all have the same problem. But like, apparently the rates are lower for them. It's like 30 or 40%. Taiwanese are by far the highest to be affected by this. And like, it's to the point where like I don't know what being drunk feels like. Because my body will red up and give out so fast before I ever get drunk, quote unquote. So what happens is our face gets red, our heartbeat goes up, and because our body's like trying to get rid of the alcohol that's in the bloodstream, basically. So you pass out? No, I don't really pass out. I've never passed out either. It's just, it'll be very uncomfortable before we ever get to the point of being drunk, quote unquote. Beer is usually okay because like the alcohol content isn't too bad. But like if you're drinking wine or like shots, then you're gonna start to feel really bad. And I'll talk more about drinking later because I have more things to talk about regarding that later. Yeah, so this was at a gala dinner, and yeah. I was so used to the menus being like huge for like this is kind of what we expect for like a Chinese dinner celebration kind of deal, where like the menu is like usually like full of different items, like 9 items or something. But no, for this one, it's just appetizer, main course, and dessert. That was about it. But regardless, I actually really liked it. I really like this appetizer as well. I don't know what this cheese is. I'm not sure if it's mozzarella or not. It's like one of the cheese. Anyways, I actually really like this appetizer. Don't know what it is, but I really liked it. And for the main course, there was this pastry dish that I'm still not entirely sure if it's like a mini pie or something. Because like there was filling inside, but didn't know what it was. And rib, of course. And the dessert. The dessert was alright. Honestly, it just wasn't a whole lot of food. I've been in and out of consciousness for the past 2 or 3 hours, but so comfortable and tapped though. Damn. You know, I could use some bedtime right now, but I still need to shower as well. Like I meant to shower before a stream, but didn't have the time, unfortunately. Right. So here is the thing that wasn't on my agenda before flying here. I let my friend know, my Hungarian friend know, that I was coming to EU for this conference. And I also was like, I don't know when is the next time I'm going to be here because our company isn't really looking to go to any of the EU conferences next year. Because it's so far and it's so expensive. And he was just like, okay, how about this? Do you want to grab something to drink? I was like, oh, what do you mean? It was like, I could just fly here. It's like, not that expensive. I was like, really? You could just fly here from Hungary to here? For me? For this? Really? And I was like, yeah, okay, sure. was like, okay, we never met before, so that was a whole very interesting experience. Yeah, we actually did go out to drink, and what was funny was he didn't bring cash. And he was just, we were trying to find a place that takes card. Pretty much none of the bars we went to takes card. Either that or they're like really loud and obnoxious. So the closest one was closest one to a hotel was like the one we ended up picking. This place took cash, which was fine. It's just I only had 95 euro with me. Well, technically like 92 or something, because I did buy the muffin earlier, which took cash. I did end up having to go to the ATM for more for day 2. For the next night of drinking, but that's ahead of us for now. We're not gonna get there just yet. But originally we were gonna drink on Friday, but then he actually got here earlier. He was actually here Thursday afternoon, and so what was going to be like 1 night of drinking turned into 2. And yeah, this was the place that we drank at. We had some shots, and it was like 2 shots in, and like my body was like red already all over. And my friend was like, wow, I can have like 8 shots no problem. What do you mean you only 2 is like enough? And yeah, we actually drunk more. Actually no, I think we have a few less after, like on the last day on Friday night, which I'm gonna show more of pictures later. But after, I think it was like 2 shots on the Friday night, I was like, I'm gonna need a moment before the next one, because like it was feeling very, like my heart was beating so fast. I feel like my body was like physically complaining to me that I probably shouldn't drink more. That's usually with these with the flush syndrome, it actually goes in fast. Like, it happens really fast, but it also goes away relatively quickly. I was thinking it subsides in like 30 minutes or something. Anyways, he had like his Apple Watch with him. He was like, okay, my heart rate is like 85 or something. I was like, hey, can I have your watch real quick? I want to see what mine's like. It was like 125 or like 130. It was like stupidly high, and it was to the point where like the watch might have called emergency services. If it continued. Yeah. After I waited a little bit, it went down just fine. So it's not like too bad. But that's also another reason why I shouldn't drink too much, or drink in general actually, because I think the rate of cancer actually goes significantly higher for us with this unfortunate gene. Yeah. Yeah, I only took a picture of one of shots that we took. Very nice guy, by the way. I thought about mentioning their name because their name is actually, he's actually relatively well known, but I think I probably shouldn't reveal the name. That's privacy. But, yeah, good guy. Good friend to talk to as well. And this is the next day. This was the final day, Friday. Had more lunch. I actually really liked the meatball actually, and they had the potato there again as well. It was a little surprising to see like Chinese dish here though, like this bok choy. Yeah, the meatball was very good. I really liked it. I had like 4 meatballs or more. Also a salad as well. I thought it was kind of funny. This bean salad looked kind of funny. I never had bean salad before. Of course, cheesecake. Partially cheese anyways. Right. So by the time we got to this picture, we were actually done with the conference. We are gonna go out and return our bottle so we can get our deposit fees back. And we ended up getting like 2.25 euro worth of deposit fee back. And I'm still not entirely sure if this could be turned to cash. We were expecting cash, actually. But no, it's about a voucher. And we're like, okay, let's buy something small, I guess. We bought some snacks, and that was about it. Allegedly, it could be turned into cash if you ask a cashier. I don't know. But yeah, I want to recap the conference real quick before we continue, though, because, like I said, it was quite an experience. I do want to talk about it a little bit before we go on with the rest of the day. So I met quite a lot of few people there. A lot of interesting research, and specifically, talked to a few lovely people over at various different companies. I'm not gonna name the companies, but I don't think it was a company that was important anyways. Those are people that I met. Exchanged a lot of different info and had a great time talking to many of them, actually. Not just the EU folks. There were a few Taiwanese folks, a few Japanese, and actually a few South Koreans as well. But I actually talked to some Chinese as well, which was interesting. But the EU folks, yeah, though it was mostly EU, from various different places. There were folks from Czech, there were folks from Germany, Netherlands, etc., etc. Got to meet up with some of the people I've worked with as well. As well as a viewer and a researcher. A lot of people that said LinkedIn sucked. They never really said LinkedIn sucked. It's just, you know, you gotta be aware of the potential downfalls on LinkedIn. That's also another reason why I don't have LinkedIn. First of all, I don't really have a reason to use LinkedIn. LinkedIn is not really something we use for scouring jobs here anyways. Besides, I don't think the concept of LinkedIn is not very secure, I feel like. Like, why would you air your full name and your resume into the public? Shouldn't you send that to the company in private? I don't really understand the concept of LinkedIn, and besides, it's owned by Microsoft, so another reason why I don't really feel like getting it. I know a VTuber who had LinkedIn and their hyperlink was their alias. Wow, that is a choice. Okay. Anyways, though, I had a really good time talking with the people that I met, and even though the hotel is kind of iffy, I really do enjoy talking to the people, and as well as a few researchers that I had already talked to and or follow on Twitter as well. That said, I also revealed my identity a little bit to those that were actually physically attending the conference. You might have seen me already if you were there. So our talk was actually memed a little bit, at least during my part of the talk on LinkedIn. I don't have LinkedIn, but it was another researcher who showed me. Because I knew the talk was going to be recorded, and the VOD may not be released unless the researcher explicitly expressed consent for it. At this point, we haven't told VV whether or not we want the VOD to be released yet. I'm personally thinking no, but regardless, because I knew it was going to get recorded, so I actually had to go whole get up. I had my mask, I had my face mask, I had my sunglasses. I had a full jacket on, a hoodie on. So like, I looked like the sketchiest person on stage. It looked like I was gonna go rob a bank or something. um, anyways, someone took a picture of that, and you can actually still find a picture of that on Twitter as well, because someone actually did take a picture and post it on Twitter. But someone took a closer shot of me and then posted on LinkedIn and then captioned it with like a very normal presentation. I think that was the only line that he captioned it with. I don't know how I feel about that. It was really funny though. I guess as a third person, personally, I wasn't a huge fan of people never taking pictures of me, but like that's understandable. It's like whatever. It's not like they were posting my face or anything, so it's not like too bad. Anyways, yeah. Other than that, at least it got people talking to about the talk. Actually, there was a guy that came up to me that asked a few questions about the talk itself, and he was like, okay, this is outside of the talk, and this is not related to the talk, but what's up with the whole getup? I was like, yeah, because recording, it didn't feel like it. I actually had a talk with, we're chit-chatting, late at night after this day, with a few other researchers who haven't gone to bed yet, even though they have like a flight to catch the next day. And one of the guy was like, more researchers should do that actually. They want to keep their OPSEC. They don't want to be because of what we do, right? One person actually thought it was a good idea. AI being trained on you, I mean, that's also one reason, but so at the same time not too worried, because you know the VOD isn't going to get released unless the presenter explicitly said yes to that. Which VB hasn't really reached out to us whether or not regarding this specific topic yet. But I'm thinking if they do, I would probably just say no. Mainly because I also don't want more people to meme on me, ideally. Anyways, yeah. Talked to a lot of few good people. It's just unfortunate that I'm probably never gonna be able to meet them again. Because I don't know when or if I'm ever going to EU again for talks, at least not on the company's behalf, because our company straight up said it's too expensive, and we don't have a whole lot of EU coverage there anyways. So yeah, I mean the whole trip was like what, easily $4,000 or more on the company's behalf, for the two of us. Actually, probably more than that. It's probably more like, actually, I think it's more like $6,000 or $7,000 now that I think about it. It's like a whole lot of money for not a whole lot back. So yeah, understandable. But I also don't think I'm ever gonna attend there in person myself out of my own pocket either, because it is really expensive. I do pay out of my pocket, because like the flight alone would have been easily $1,600 or more, and the ticket would probably be more as well. Unfortunate. But yeah, got to meet with a lot of good people. That's crazy. Do the conferences not pitch in for presenters? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about this. All I can say is the main presenter is free. You get the ticket for free, but that's about it. The hotels, the flight, and the other presenter needs to get their stuff paid on their own. Of course, it'll be by the company for me specifically, but the other presenter has to pay 60% of the ticket for if you have two speakers. The second person has to pay for 60% of the ticket price. In other words, 40% off, if you want to put it nicely. That said, VB tickets are very expensive. Even after it being 40% off, it was still like 1,200 euro. I hate to be the company paying for that. Yeah, that was a whole thing. Most conferences I've been to, they'll usually pay for the flight at the very minimum. But no, VB didn't pay us. VB didn't really pay for the hotel or the flights, unfortunately. Now, of course, we knew this beforehand. It's not like we were just being told this on short notice or anything. And our company agreed to it, so yeah. Yeah, that's also another reason why we probably won't do more VB in the future. It's because they're very expensive. I think if it were just a flight that we had to cover, then it wouldn't have been too bad. It was mostly the hotels and the ticket that was expensive. With that being said, the flight was still expensive because it's like at least almost 2,000 euro. Sorry, almost $2,000 per person. Anyways, yeah, outside of the cost and whatnot, it was still good to just talk to people regardless. Mostly just connect. I would say the connection part is actually the networking part was more valuable than some of the talks. Now, with that being said, the talks were very good. It's just, being able to connect with the being able to network with some researchers on specific topics that you may be interested in is very valuable, because you don't always get to connect with those people. Sometimes it's also just because you either don't have the means to, or sometimes it's like not easy to reach out to them because some of the researchers were doing very good research, but some of them were doing very good research, but they don't have the presence, especially on social media. So they were like not very easy to reach out to, and or know what they do in the first place. Because there was this one researcher who had 300 followers on their Twitter. I don't know if they have any other social media, but they were doing very good research, and yeah, it was very good talking to them. Yeah, I guess that also translates. That's also another thing, right? You can't always base your value and or others' value based on their social media presence, because I don't think that really should be counted for self-worth and or things like that. Doesn't really matter how much how well known you are. If you're doing good research, that's good research. Right. Now for the dinner, so one of my German friends was he kept nagging me about, hey, if you're in German, go have a doner kebab. I don't care about don't go seek out for the authentic German food or whatever. Get a doner kebab. The Hungarian friend was also like, yeah, I just gotta find a place that's run by an old Turkish man, preferably not super clean. You want the authentic local experience, right? So this is one of the doner kebab place that we went to. It was on the street that I mentioned earlier with a whole bunch of different cultures. And I had their number one on their menu, which is doner kebab with a drink for 850 euro, I believe. Or was it 8? I forget it was 850 or 880. Yeah, it was huge, and it was run by a few Turkish people as well. And yeah, this was it. I don't believe I had their doner kebab before. Like they're here as well. Like you go to night markets and whatnot, and like some restaurants do that as well. But it's usually like a stand or like something like that, like a street stand, a street booth. Anyways, this was huge for 850. Like this is bigger than I was expecting. But I think by the time I got to like this part, I was like, okay, that is quite a lot of food. I don't know if I can do more of this. But no, I did finish it. It was very good as well. So if you do go there, yeah, go grab some as well. Yeah, huge. Right, so last night in Germany, we figured we'd go for round 2 of drinks, and since the friend was still here until Saturday evening, and yeah, we got something more to drink, and I only had like 2 shots or less, but like I basically didn't drink a whole lot, and my body was like, okay, I'm good. We ended up spending like 120 euro per together. So it was more like 60 euro per person. Which is about what I expect for drinks. So it wasn't too expensive. It wasn't cheap either. But it was good. I enjoyed the shots. I'm usually more of a cocktail person, but I didn't order any because my friend wasn't up to cocktails. He was more of a shot person. So I was like, okay, let's just have shots then. After that, we wanted to go for a round 2. And we figured we'd try to go for like downtown area. We didn't know if this was necessarily downtown, but like a lot of the Berlin Gate and a lot of embassies were around this area. And yeah, it was we sent we were gonna go there for like the second bark. So start second bar, and we looked up online, and we were like, okay, let's go to this place. This place looks good. So it was a very long walk. It was like a 30-minute walk there. My friend wanted to walk, and I was like, okay, sure, we can chat on the way anyways. Yeah, we chat a whole lot. We had very good chats about various different things, especially like what we do, what they do, Windows stuff, etc., etc. Because like this guy was like very much into deeper workings of Windows and whatnot. He knows a lot more than I think what most EDR developers do, and of course me. Yeah. This place still had a decent amount of people walking around and like cars driving around as well. This was like 12 or 1 a.m. Yeah, this was the Polish embassy. Oh, at this point we're actually walking back now. Around this point, because we actually went to the bar that was on the map. We went there. I was like, "Where's the bar?" What? We checked the map again. Like, there should be a bar here. Where is it? But we just couldn't find it. Okay, and then we were like, okay, let's try another one. Walk there. Where's the bar? What? What? Where's the bar? Was it closed? No, it was still showing us open on Google Maps. We were like very confused. So, unfortunately, we didn't end up drinking more. In retrospect, we should have gone to another place that was more popular than around here. I did a different elevation probably, but we just couldn't find it. I was like, okay, whatever, it's fine. I really need to sleep anyways. It was like 1 or 2 a.m. at this point, because I still have a flight tomorrow. In retrospect, I really would have liked another round of drink, because it really didn't feel like we had enough. Anyways, that was that. And yeah, at this point we were walking our way back, and yeah, saw a few more historical sites on the way. Okay, And at this point, it was Saturday. We were actually ready to head back to the Berlin airport so that we can transfer over at AMS again, and then fly back to Taipei. And at this point, again, we called an Uber so that we can taxi our way back to Berlin. On our way, we actually saw that there was a flea market there on the way back. And all right, let me switch to a different song. That won't make me want to fall asleep. Oh, this is probably gonna get a copyright strike. Okay, this still makes me want to fall asleep, but whatever. Yeah, there was a flea market there. Unfortunately, we were already on the Uber. Obviously, we didn't have time for this as well, but we really would have loved to see a flea market in person in Germany, because there's one thing about me: I love secondhand markets. I love flea market. I love going to thrift stores. I buy used a lot, mainly because I don't like waste. I don't really think it's necessary to purchase something new if this thing has already been made and is already on its way out being sold by others. Nothing better than buying used, is buying something used, but it's basically new. Yeah. Like if it is like basically new old stock or like 90% new, I'm like, yeah, that's good. But yeah, unfortunately I didn't get to. Yeah. At this point, I made an infamous post on Threads saying, "All right, I'm done with Germany. I can't wait to go home." And yeah, this was inside of the airport. I took these pictures because I wanted to see what was in there without going down there, because like I was on the higher floor, and we were like at a Starbucks. Which, speaking of, here's a Starbucks. Got a sandwich and a cup of caramel frappuccino. So I'm not actually a huge Starbucks fan. The main reason being, first of all, I don't drink coffee. Second, I like frappuccino. The problem is they're very high in sugar and therefore calories as well. I think a cup is easily like 400 to 600 calories or something like that. It was something ridiculous. But if I were to order anything, it'd probably be a frappuccino. Probably the caramel one as well. Anyways, I ordered this. Of course, it was good. I like caramel personally. And this is not my last time ordering something like this. But I usually wouldn't go out of my way to buy something like this, is what I'm saying. Because, like, you know, I figured we were already gonna get something to eat. I might as well get something to drink as well. And I rarely have Starbucks anyways. I might as well just have one here. This came out to around like 11 euro or something. I think the sandwich itself was like 5 euro. And the frappuccino, I think it was 7 or 6.90 or something like that. I forgot. Basically, we were waiting around to check in, because for some reason, yeah, before I go on, for some reason, KLM would not let me check in on the app or the website. Actually, I tried both. I tried the app first. The app was like, unfortunately, we can't check you in right now. Please see an agent at the airport. I was like, okay, fine. How about a check-in kiosk? And turns out we were a little bit too early. By the time we were at the Starbucks, we still had like 1 hour to go before we can check in at the kiosk. My friend checked in just fine of the kiosk, and got the boarding pass and whatnot printed out and the luggage tag. But when I tried to check out, when I tried to check in at the airport, at the kiosk, it was still giving me the same error message. Unfortunately, we can't check in right now. Please see an agent. I was like, okay, fine. I'll go to the agent to see what's going on. No, it went fine at the agent. I don't really know why it wouldn't let me check in at the kiosk. but like I got my boarding pass just fine as soon as I talked to a human. It was weird. Unfortunately, this will not be my last problem with KLM. For those who don't know, a week before the conference, specifically on Friday, all of the EU airports were having problem. Because one of the check-in software that many airlines use. Oh, thank you for the sub. Hello, Sergeant. Yeah, we were just on the we were just on day 5. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Yeah, the check-in software. Were you must restart an entire stream. I only just came from work. Look, I'll give you a recap once we're done. All right. Let me continue though. Right. So the check-in software, this software was responsible for checking people in. Apparently that got hit with ransomware attack, and a lot of EU airlines were just having problem because of that. I don't know if necessarily this was affected by the same thing, but that was my first issue with KLM, which is whatever. And if that was the only problem I had, that'd be like whatever, it's fine. But before we get there, let me also mention, before entering security, you can actually donate your bottles because, you know, of course you can't bring liquids inside. At least in between security checkpoint anyways. So like you could just, hey, if you if you got something to drink earlier, you can donate your bottles back so we can use that deposit fee. And yeah, after we got past security, the most fucked up thing about the EU, about the Berlin airport and or Germany airports in general, I'm not really sure. This was mentioned by the Hungarian friend. He was like, dude, you gotta pay for the deposit in between checkpoints as well. What do you mean? I'm not gonna be able to refund I'm not gonna be able to recycle the bottle. How am I gonna get the deposit fee back? So not only are they charging you €4 €4 for a bottle of drink, you're also expected to pay the deposit fee on top of it as well. I paid $4.25 for 500 ml of sparkling water. Insane. That was like the most expensive bottle of water I've ever gotten. Oh man. But yeah, that was that. I think specifically I got this one, I think. I like to make a non-refundable deposit for my drinks. Yes. But yeah, this was the deposit fee I was talking about, Blank. Deposit fee is a thing in many parts of EU. I get why it's there, but it's stupid at such places. Yeah, I don't really understand. Like, I'm not gonna be able to get the deposit fee back. Why am I being charged 25 cents? Euro. 0.25 euro. Whatever. Oh man. Like, did they expect you to drink it before boarding? Actually, you can drink it before boarding, that's fine. You can bring it on board if you really want to anyways. It's just, you know, before security you can't bring drinks in. But after that, you can get drinks if you want it. I saw this while I was looking around at the airport. I was like, dude, I remember something like this. It's like a little portable mini pinball machine you can have. I remember these as a kid. I was like, dude, this is sick. I posted on Twitter as well. At this point, I figured, so at the airport, they actually had various different restaurants, and there was actually a fish and chips place. I was actually kind of curious, but my friend wanted currywurst more, so yeah, we ended up getting more currywurst. which is good. I like currywurst. I definitely would like more at some point. I could probably do without the fries or fewer fries. I feel like at this point I had many fries throughout the trip. Just make some yourself. So the big problem is the sausage here is very different from the sausage you guys have. Our sausage is like full of pork meat, and I think yours is more like pork meat alongside other kinds of stuffing mixed inside. So it's not like just meat. Which I actually kind of like because it's not as heavy as like a casing full of pork meat, right? Yeah, good. There was a German currywurst in Kaohsiung? Is there? Okay, interesting. Then I'm sure if I looked it up, I'm sure there are probably some places in Taipei as well. Maybe I'll get some. Yeah. That's either place is not exactly close to where I live, so if they were close to where I live, I probably would have gotten it more often. Anyways, though, at this point, we were already like, okay, our flight is delayed. Normally it wouldn't be wise for me to be talking about which flight I'm taking, but for this one, I think it's fine because it's like a transfer flight, anyways. It was this 5:30 flight to Amsterdam, and yeah, it was originally scheduled to be 5:30, and then it got delayed by like 45 minutes to 18:15, and then it got delayed again to like 18:37. At this point, we're like, okay, we are screwed because our transfer time was already very short already. Keep in mind, we didn't actually make the schedules ourselves. It was actually through a travel agency who picked the flights for us. So it's not like we had a choice. They picked this flight with like 1 hour transfer time between at the Amsterdam location. So obviously, with an hour and a half delay, that means there's a very high chance that we could not take the one that goes to Taipei. And the flight attendant was very polite. She was like, we don't really know if you'll be able to make that flight. Maybe that flight will be delayed as well. But either way, we will not know until 15 minutes before landing. So naturally, we did eventually get on board, but naturally we were very anxious by the time we actually got on the flight. Speaking of, this is the actual airplane. I just kept checking my. I was like, as soon as I landed, I was like, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check my phone. But like before that, they got they made an announcement on the plane. They're like, unfortunately, the following flights cannot be realized. Flight to Taipei, flight to Shanghai, flight to blah 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 blah, a lot of different Asian places. I was like, okay, I heard Taipei. We're fucked, aren't we? So the first thing I did, as soon as we landed, before the seatbelt buckle sign was off, I was like, okay, let me check my phone. What flight did I get assigned to? Because like the flight attendant announcement was like, you're gonna get automatically rebooked. So check your app or check the website as soon as you land. So I checked the app. I got assigned to a flight the next afternoon. Yep, I wasn't gonna be able to get the flight back to Taipei the same day. Very unfortunate. That means I also had to find a place to stay as well. Thankfully, EU has very strict compensation policies for airlines, so they are legally required to compensate you with hotel and food vouchers, and or any cost that might incur due to the delay. We'll get to that later though. I didn't realize this, and sorry, before I move on to that part, at this point we're just like, okay, shit, we gotta go talk to someone at KLM, because we need to figure out if our luggage is gonna get transferred over. And it was very chaotic over at the KLM counter, which is like at transfer station 2. It was very chaotic because no one knew how to talk to a support staff. It wasn't very clear that we had to get a number ticket to wait in a queue. It was just like no one there explained to us, to a bunch of very angry travelers. You're like, okay, what do I do? And then it's like no one knew what they were supposed to do. We had to go ask the security to ask what we had to do. Apparently the security will only let you through the gate to the KLM support reception desk until you've used the kiosk, which is supposed to give you like self-help and then give you a queue ticket. All right, calm down with the boss music. We're not there yet. Anyways, so you're like, okay, fine. We'll use a self-serve kiosk. Keep in mind, this was like 40 minutes. Actually, hang on. I should also explain. I was talking to my colleague. I was like, yeah, we gotta talk to the support staff, right? I was like, oh, my hotel voucher actually wasn't working as well. Like, you could redeem the hotel voucher within the app as well, or rather on the website. But I tried in the redeem, and the app was just like, unfortunately, we can't get the hotel voucher redeemed for you right now. You have to go talk to an agent. I was talking to my colleague about this. I was like, my hotel voucher thing isn't working, so I gotta go talk to a support staff as well. And he was like, why? Isn't the flight coming up soon? I was like, wait a second, what do you mean? Turns out his flight was like at like 9 something. So at this point, we were like within 30 or 40 minutes away from my colleague's next flight, which I wasn't able to catch, of course, because the rebook I got assigned to was the next evening. I was like, shit, okay, we're in a hurry then, because my colleague has to go to the next gate within like less than 30 minutes. So we checked the kiosk, and then you know what it did? No matter which button we pressed, all of the buttons will lead to an error message, and that error message was like, you know, the type of error message that you see like be an error code, where it's like something underscore something, and then it was just like, okay, it just spat out an error, and then the only action you could do on there was print a queue ticket. I was like, okay, fine, well, wait in the freaking queue. Like, no matter how urgent you were, you had to wait in this queue. You could actually see that there's this queue number here, for which desk you can talk to. And like, as you can see, the general waiting time was like 35 minutes. Or 30 minutes, I forgot. I think it was 30 minutes. But like, it was insane. What do you mean we had to wait 30 minutes before we can talk to someone? And one of our guys' next flight is within around that time frame. What do you mean? It was insane that we had to wait for that long to freaking talk to a human no matter how urgent your next freaking flight might be. Naturally, we were very anxious, agitated, etc., etc. And as you can see, there were only 3 support desks as well. There were only 3 agents available. So, at this point, we were like, okay, fine, we'll freaking wait. Keep in mind, when I say we had less than... the other guy had like less than 30 minutes. What we meant was, within 30 minutes, he had to run all the way to Gate G, which is very far away from here. It's like a good almost kilometer away. And not only that, he also had to pass through passport control again. Because, keep in mind, when you have to go in and out of certain EU territories, you have to go through passport control. And yes, he was able to use the short flight connection channel to quickly get through that. But still, you still had to go through a security gate of some sorts. It was insane. Anyways, by the time it was our turn at the support desk, I was like, okay, first of all, our luggage gonna get transferred over. And the support lady was clearly very tired, by the way. She was clearly stressed out as well, because before us, there was another lady that was like, I'm gonna get my freaking lawyer involved. I don't want your compensation. I don't want your next flight ticket, what boarding pass, whatever. I'm gonna get a lawyer. Anyways, she was very stressed. The support staff was very stressed. Naturally, you know, they are just doing their job. It is not their fault. It is KLM as a whole, the company at fault, not the support staff. So naturally, I was trying to be as nice as possible, but also very urgent. In a very urgent tone, I was like, okay, this guy's flight is coming up very soon. Can we at least know if the luggage is going to get transferred over? Which she said yes. Okay, and then she was like, okay, and she was like, oh, okay, can I have your passport, please? She was talking to my colleague, and she was like, okay, I understand your flight is getting rebooked. Let me check for you real quick. And then she was like, oh, you gotta hurry. It's taking off within 15 minutes. I was like, okay, shit. She still had to print out the tickets and like boarding pass. She still had to print out the boarding pass and other paperwork as well. And at this point, we're just like, okay, shit. So, as soon as my colleague got that, I was just like, go, just go. I'll handle my own stuff. You do your stuff. So, I don't know how, by a miracle, he actually freaking made it to a plane. I don't know how. There was like less than 15 minutes. You had to go through passport control. You had to run all the way to the other side of the airport. I don't know how he was able to do it, but he did make it. And he actually did. And it was actually like, he actually made it back to Taipei on the same day as well. Just a few hours later than expected, which is good. And anyways, so after he took off, I was like, okay, now's my turn. I tried redeeming the hotel voucher, didn't work. Can you please help me out? And let me know any other information that I may need to know. And yeah, they did print out my hotel voucher and it was like, hey, you gotta go out and then take this shuttle bus, which is for free, thankfully. And it was like, okay, come back tomorrow at this time as stated on the boarding pass. And I was like, okay, cool, I will do that. Yeah, and that was when I got to explore Amsterdam for less than 24 hours. It was actually more like 14 hours. No, it was actually more like 19 hours between me landing in Amsterdam and me taking off from Amsterdam. 19 hours, not a whole lot of time, and I was very tired as well. Unfortunately, I did not get to explore Amsterdam very much. Another friend was like, "You gotta explore Central Amsterdam, even just for a few hours." I'm like, dude, I don't know if I have the energy to. So this specific picture you're looking at right now is taken in the airport at the plaza, basically. Unfortunately, there wasn't a whole lot of things left for me to get at this hour, which was like 9:20 or something by the time I got out. Now, of course, they also gave out food voucher as well, which is worth 15 euro. The other lady that was in front of me was also impacted by this when she was waiting in line to order her stuff. Unfortunately, most of the restaurants are either closed or have limited food left. First, initially I was going to go to this cafe looking place that had like sandwiches, burgers, and whatnot, but it turns out they stopped serving hot food about an hour before they close. And then I tried this next place next. Most of their menu is not available as well either. They only have like fries and single burger left, as in like you know, you could get them double, but like you could only get regular burger left at this hour. I was like, okay, we'll get whatever, give me whatever. Let me try using a food voucher as well. The other lady in front of me had their voucher scanned just fine. When it's my turn, the freaking food voucher didn't work. No matter what he did, he just could not scan a voucher. And this was like 7 euro. So I was like, okay, whatever. I'll pay. It's only 7 euro. It's not that bad. Unfortunately, I didn't get an invoice. If I had gotten an invoice, I probably could have. Actually, I'm pretty sure you could have asked the airline that was responsible for your delay for a compensation, because it is once again a regulated EU thing. But you know, it didn't really occur to me that I should ask for an invoice, so it was like whatever. Hello, person on YouTube. I speak a lot of languages. Hello to you too. Yeah. Anyways, so I got this lousy dinner. I'll be honest, that fries was a little bit too much. It was like a small serving of fries, and it was like, okay. The burger was whatever. Thank
you for the bits.
Oh, let me take care of that burger. Take care of the 700 bits. Abstract. By the way, I did shout you out earlier for the Windows internal stuff. If you go back and watch the VOD. Anyways, thank you for the bits once again, and it was very kind of you to donate that book as well as the previous times you have gifted bits. I'll be honest, I thought about this a few times when you had previously donated bits, especially during the debut stream. It didn't really occur to me how much money you donated. It was quite a lot back then. Thank you again. Burger looks like something I made. Yeah, it was a small burger. It was like whatever. Now here's the annoying part, right? Actually, we'll get to that later. This is the plaza of the Amsterdam airport. Yeah, this was like right outside. You charge up for the debut. Wow. Yeah, honestly, it was quite a bit. Thank you. Yeah, this was outside at the taxi and or bus shuttle area. Here's the. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have slammed the desk. Anyways, here's the freaking annoying part. It turns out breakfast and dinner are included with my hotel. I was expecting like the least out of the compensation. But no, I actually, apparently there's dinner and breakfast as well. So great, I wasted €7 on very lousy looking food. I mean, not that this is amazing, but like, you know, it's still better than what I got for €7, I think. Oh man. Anyways, I at least still appreciate it. I didn't have anything there, of course, because I really wasn't hungry after that. But I did get something to drink at the very least, like the orange juice and whatnot that was at this dinner area. What was funny was they had this little sign out there that specifically said, "Welcome, KLM travelers." It's like they must have this sign just ready to go whenever this happens. What was even funnier was first of all, apparently they don't check your. Usually when you go to a hotel, you gotta show them your passport, right? When I went to this hotel, they didn't check for my passport. They pretty much just took my voucher and I was like, okay. Here's the room. Have a good night. Which is good, of course. You should try something I can't pronounce with onions at some point. I'll look it up after the stream, but sure, that sounds good. I love onions. Now, back to what I was saying. Yeah, what's funny was, you know how usually when you get a room card, it'll tell you the room number on there, and sometimes maybe your name. So the little sleeve that came with the card, right? It said the room number, but on the name part, it was stamped with KLM Stranded. Like they just, first of all, they didn't ask for my name or my passport, so it was very nice. I actually like that. But they had a stamp ready that said KLM Stranded. How many of these stamps do you think they have for each airline? And how often do they get them? It's like, okay, that was really funny. Let me see if I can show you that picture. Actually, hang on. I had that picture. It's just I decided not to show it because it had the room number on there. But I can censor that right now, actually. Edit with Paint. Sure. I haven't used MS Paint in a while, but sure, that works. Let me just scribble it with like white. How do I make the brush bigger? I don't know. I could use shape. Can I fill the shape? Solid fill. There we go. Where'd it go? Oh, hang on a second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, look. It was this. Specifically says KLM Stranded. I thought it was really funny. That's also why I took a picture of that. Alright. Actually, before I go on, I need another restroom break. I'll be right back. They were ready. Yeah, they sure were. Yeah, okay, be right back. fitting music for being Helen stranded. Very grand music. All right. Where was we? Where was I? I'll check. Right. Okay. We're back. Yeah. I'll be honest. The room was way better than I was expecting. This is at an airport hotel, by the way. I also was expecting like a cheap hostel, and that was about it. But no, it was actually a very nice room. Now that being said, I didn't have my checked luggage with me. It was with the airline. So, that means no change clothes, no travel adapter. I couldn't use any of the plugs. Didn't have my toothbrush. Didn't have my toothpaste. It's still better than sleeping in the airport. But yeah, I couldn't really do much outside of that. I had to just sleep as is. Yes. That's it. I could still shower, so that was still fine. Surely you asked for the hotel staff for some supplies yet? Does this answer your question? No, I didn't ask him. I didn't ask him. I figured it'd be weird, a weird thing to be asking. And besides, I already had this for free, so yeah, I didn't ask him. Now, that being said, there were 2 USB-A ports here, and I didn't realize this. There were like 2 USB-A ports here as well. I didn't realize this until like the next morning. One of them, so there were 2 of them, right? I plugged one of mine in for a lower power requirement power bank. So my smaller power bank, basically. Feel like you were pushing your luck? Yeah. And I had the other one plugged into my phone. Woke up the next day. Yeah, that for some reason, that other port was not giving enough amperage. And it barely charged. I went to bed like 17% or something. Woke up to like 15%. And it was actually plugged in. And the battery icon was showing a little lightning signal. Sorry, it's like lightning icon. Didn't charge. That being said, the other power bank just charges fine. So I was able to use that. And now I later plugged that other one that did barely charge my phone. I plugged my iPhone in there. iPhone charges fine. So I don't know what was up with that. I don't know why my phone specifically wasn't liking that port for some reason. Either way, I did end up charging my phone, charging my iPhone, and I charged my phone with that other power bank that I charged with. I had 2 power banks, so I wasn't too worried about using up one of them anyways. Man, I haven't listened to this music in a while. This is from Xenoblade 2. There we go. Yeah. That being said, still a good hotel. Look, they had everything except toothbrushes and toothpaste, but that's fine. I had to get myself some power banks. Yeah, it's nice to have someone on hand. So the one I have is like a smaller palm-sized one. It's like a square. Has a built-in Lightning and USB-C cable. It's only really good for like 1 charge or so, though. And the other power bank I have is huge. It's actually a power bank I've been using for years. I have been using that for at least 5-6 years. It's a 22,000 milliamp hour one, basically the one that's like borderline acceptable on various Airlines. Anyways, so that one specifically, I actually got that from I backed one of the projects that was doing this on Kickstarter. The end product was actually very nice. It was like one of the first. It's like one of the first projects I backed on like a Kickstarter, I think. Anyways, that thing was that thing can do. I think it has like 2 USB-C, 1 USB-A, and it has been the most reliable thing I have. The USB-A can do 15 or 18 watt out. I think your normal spec should be 15 watt. I think it's 15 watt. Yeah, I mean on that power bank. I'm not sure if it's. Yeah, I think it's 15 on that power bank because it's normally I think USB-A spec is like 10 watts because it'd be like 2 amps over 5 volt. Anyways, the other two plug, one was 60 watt and the other was 100 watt in and out. Now, naturally, I can't really charge a port that expects 100 watt in on that tiny dinky USB-A port. Like technically you could, but like it would charge very slowly. That thing has carried me for so many trips, so many times now, because since it is able to do 60 watt out, that also means it can charge my laptop. That thing can single-handedly charge my laptop from 0 to 100% once, and or charge my phone multiple times. Very good. Good to have a power bank on hand. Now, that being said, the same power bank can be had for like $30 or $40 from Xiaomi these days. So it's not that unique of an item anymore, but I still like it. Anyways, this was an interesting little design at the this specific hotel as well. I'm not sure how common this is, but like this is the first time I've ever seen like a power outlet with like a little flap on top. I thought these were buttons at first, but no, like you flip them out and to see the socket. Only got 3 of them. I don't know why you need 3 outlets in the bathroom specifically. I was expecting like 1. I don't know why there's 3. The shower was at least better than one I had at JW Marriott Berlin. So yeah, good hotel. What was even better though was the breakfast. The breakfast was like, okay, so according to the sign outside, they were like, you can buy a pass to this buffet for like 33 or 35 euro or something like that. So it wasn't exactly cheap. When I went in there, it was actually a really nice breakfast buffet. A voucher covered. I mean, it was included by the hotel. So, the hotel includes dinner and breakfast. So, yeah, this was covered by the same voucher. As you can see, there were some. What are these again? I can barely read that. But like, there were bread, there was bacon and egg. I think this was bacon. Yeah, this was bacon. Something. Chicken sausage. This is just slices of beef, I think. Now, if that were it, that'd be nothing. They had a full freaking cheese plate. Dude. Now, I wasn't that hungry, unfortunately, and this was just breakfast, so I really only got, like, 1 slice of cheese. That was about it. But, like, if I were more hungry, or if this was, like, lunch or dinner, I probably would have gotten more. It was very good. They also had smoked salmon over here as well. It was really freaking good. I love smoked salmon. I love salmon, actually, just in general. And, yeah, here's the bacon. Oh, yeah, there's potato. Sorry, this is a meatball. And the chicken sausage and bacon. The bacon is a little bit drier than I would have liked. I'm mad at people not knowing how to cut cheese though. I mean, I kind of don't know how either. I was just picking off one piece that people had cut. Also, there was this whole freaking honeycomb thing. I didn't have this unfortunately, but because I wasn't really that hungry, or was I craving honey? but this looked insane. This is so cool. Yeah, very, very good. Yeah, this I had like a whole cheese slice, and there's a whole station for egg as well. You can get your egg like whole sunny side up or scrambled egg, etc., etc. These were potato, mushroom. I also got a slice of kind of like cake thing. The cake was actually very nice. I had that with cheese. Yeah, honestly, that buffet was really good. That hotel in general was very good. Well, maybe I wouldn't go there specifically for that hotel because it's right next to the airport, very far away from city center. But if I had to, I'd go there again. That's it. I don't know when it's the next time I'm gonna be in Amsterdam. Anyways, so yeah, this was the next day. Sorry, this was the same day. I got to the airport around like 12. Or rather, they had a hotel shuttle that goes to the airport at 12 specifically. Yeah. Oh, so this was after I passed AMS security. And after I had to pass through security first, and then immediately after that was passport control. Had to wait in line for passport control again as well, but it went all right this time. Still took a little while for me to get through, but that was like what 30-40 minutes. I had plenty of time, thankfully. I was there 3 hours before my flight, so it was good. Unfortunately, there also wasn't a whole lot at AMS at the airport, at least at that specific departure hall that I was at. The first thing I saw was this Dubai chocolate. I still haven't had one. I don't know why there's. I know they're like they went viral or something, a month or so back. I never had it, and I thought about getting it, but that's not cheap for chocolate. And I really wasn't that interested anyways, so I didn't pick it up. So at this point, I still had my 15 euro voucher. I was like, okay, I double checked on the map. It says it should work here. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna get one last caramel frappuccino thing. And I got a grande one. There were a whole lot of different things. Also, the pumpkin spice latte is also back here again. I never had it personally, but I know it's exclusive to this season. I also got a bottle of water, so here's what I got. And this came out to around 12 something euro. And thankfully, the voucher worked this time. Yeah, good that I was able to get it to work. What's my next photo? I think I removed all. Yeah, okay. Yeah, at this point I was like, okay, I'm gonna walk to the gate now. Finish my drink on the way. I still have like an hour or so before the flight starts boarding. And yeah, also on my way there, I saw one of those display that shows you which gate to go to for what flight number. Yeah, one of them was stuck in the automatic repair. This is I've seen quite a few PBSOD moments during my trip in Europe. I've seen 2 display I forgot if it was 2 or 1 display malfunctions in Germany. I've seen 1 in Amsterdam, which is this one. One was the activate your windows on the activate your windows sign on the ticket kiosk in Berlin, and one was the Android signage that was being rebooted. A classic, yes. So the airline that I got rebooked with was Emirates. It turns out Emirates is like one of the top 3 rated airliners, or rather, yeah, airliners, yeah. Yeah, my friend was apparently a huge fan of A380s. He wanted to take one. He was hasn't had a chance yet. It is really big. Yeah, it's the only plane I've seen with 2 freaking floors. What do you mean there are 2 floors in in an airplane? Like, wow, okay, it's that big, huh? The cockpit is cool. I haven't seen it. Their in-flight entertainment was actually slightly better than the other in-flight entertainment tablets I've seen. You know, the ones I've seen usually run like Android 4. This one was at least running Android 5. You could tell because like the navigation bar had like the Lollipop Plus era icon. I don't know if it was 5 necessarily, but it was at the very least 5. Now that said, I've seen this tablet crash 4 times or more across 2 of my flights. And the reboot time, it takes very long as well. The reboot time takes like, I want to say at least a good solid 5 minutes before we can actually interact with it again. Now, what was even funnier was that there was this little phone-like thing, which acts like as a controller, which you can also use to control what's on the screen up there. You should totally look up how the A380 cockpit looks like versus a B757. Man, if only my other airline enthusiast friend was here. I'll check that in a little bit. But back to what I was saying. What was funny was I later realized sometimes when this thing crashes, sometimes this thing crashes as well. And this thing also had to reboot. And yep, there it is again. It's not on this image, but I could see the freaking navigation bar, and the navigation bar, you won't believe it, is Android 4 again. It's always Android 4 on these guys. It's really like, I imagine they just like order a bunch of them from a Chinese manufacturer somewhere. Anyways, yeah, this thing also acted like a little controller for you to play games with. We can also control what's on the screen on here. Come on, at least be an Android 6. Yeah, all the tablets I've seen are actually from other airlines. They tend to be Android 4. Also, what was nice was that, well, first of all, not so nice. Well, okay, let me start from the nice part. What's the nice part was that some of the seats had an outlet that specifically does 110 volts at 60 hertz. And you can plug your power adapter in there if you want to. And there's also a Type A port for you to charge your phone with. There's also a Type A port for you to plug your USB device in, as in like flash storage, if you want to play stuff on this tablet, which you can. Which is actually a really nice feature. More airlines should do that. You can't use that to charge though. Unfortunately, I tried. Now, unfortunately, the thing is, not every seat has this power outlet. So mine in front didn't actually have it. This was, I took this image of the seat next to me. And yeah, unfortunately, I could not really use my laptop when I was on here. Well, I could, but like, you know, I had to use my power bank. I really didn't feel like that yet. Although I did use my laptop for just a tiny bit. But yeah, I also wasn't able to charge my phone. Not that I needed to charge my phone anyways. My phone was still doing fine. Also, what was really neat was that this plane actually had like different cameras outside. Now, with that being said, So there were three different views. You can see one from right in front of the plane, or like right in the middle of a plane that points downwards, or this overview camera from the back of the airplane. Now it was like, first of all, the front and the middle cameras didn't work. They would display a black screen. That's about it. And this one in the back, it was about 2 hours before we landed. The camera stopped working. I have to imagine it's probably because of the temperature outside. The temperature is like -50 degrees when you're in the air like this. So it kind of died, and then it just displayed a green screen, basically. Now, after we landed, I still checked the camera, and it did not come back to life. I think that camera was toast. I somehow witnessed it as it was happening. Anyways, so why did I take this plane specifically? Or rather, why did KLM pick this plane specifically for this airline, for this specific flight? Yeah, turns out it was taking me to Dubai. It was we had to transfer to Dubai. This was a 6-hour flight to Dubai, which wasn't that long. But of that being said, I think anything more than 4 hours, my butt starts to hurt, because like it's not great having to sit in there for like this long. Now I will say, I can see why Emirates was rated decently, because their menu was actually really nice. As you can see, you can choose from, first of all, there's this sweet and potato salad, and you could choose between pan-fried chicken or beef lasagna. I think I went with the lasagna for my first one. And then you can also pick, and the dessert is both it basically was a pudding and a piece of chocolate. And yeah, and a selection of drinks I got. I think it was Pepsi with ice or something. Yeah, this was the actual meal itself. I thought it was really nice that I included a block of Gouda cheese. Once again, just to reiterate, we do not have much cheese in Taiwan. The most common cheese you'll see is American cheese, which is not what I really consider cheese. For Gouda and other specific types of cheese, you had to go to Costco, because they had to get imported. We don't get dairy products very much here. That's more than what I expected from an in-flight meal. Yeah, that is quite a bit. Yeah, I got the lasagna. The lasagna was pretty good. I like the sauce. I like the cheese. Yeah, they had a piece of chocolate in here as well. And there was a cracker here too, and a bread. I didn't take a picture of the salted caramel thing, unfortunately, but it was really nice. I actually had it with the cracker, because the chocolate sauce actually worked very well with the cracker. Now, what I did not expect was like 2 hours before landing, they're like, "Hey, would you like some ice cream?" What? I get free ice cream? Really? And then I also got a free piece of chocolate chip cookie? Really? Wow, okay, thank you, I guess. I had never been offered free freaking ice cream or dessert outside of the meals hours. Like, most flights I've ever been to, they would just give you one meal that has everything. The appetizer, the main course, and the dessert all at once. That's about it. You don't get any more meals unless you're taking a long flight. There might be multiple meals, but like, usually I expect everything to come at once. This was about 2 hours after we took off. This was 2 hours before we landed. Freaking amazing. Yeah, chocolate chip cookie. Great. That said, it was a little sweet for my liking, but hey, free food. I will not say no. Anyways, so this is when we got to Dubai Airport. After this, one of my friends who have flown between 100 plus different airports, or 100 plus airport visits, I'm not sure which one specifically, he was like, how did you like the desolate looking Dubai airport? Yeah, yeah, I get what they mean now. Dubai airport is so big that has nothing inside. Desolate, yes. So in order to get from this gate to the transfer gate, that basically I had to take a tram to get to the other gate that I wanted to go to, that I need to go to. Oh yeah, basically this image says everything. I don't know why it's so big. Anyways, we had to take a freaking tram to get from one gate to the other. And like by the time I actually got to the gate, okay, I didn't actually take a picture of that. Or rather, I did, but like, you know, I had other people inside in the picture. I didn't really want to show it. But I had seen 3, count them, 3 duty-free shops on my way to the gate that I had to take a tram to get to. 3 duty-free shops. Insane. I don't know why it's so freaking big when there's nothing there. It was my friend said it was one of the worst airports he's been to, or like worst as in like, you know, it's not like the experience was bad, but like it was weirdly empty. Probably made it and ran out of budget. I mean, it was in Dubai. That's like one of the richest places. No. I don't know. It's weird. Anyways, what was also weird was that there was a security checkpoint between transfer. I had never seen a security checkpoint between gates before. What was also weird was that the security checkpoint felt everyone was very nonchalant about it. I did not see any bag that required rescreening or checking or manual intervention. It was just like, okay, let the thing pass through the X-ray machine, and okay, looks good to me. You're good to go. I don't understand the security checkpoint either. The point of it, and especially if they're not gonna check much of your luggage or bags. Yeah, weird. Now, I didn't use much of the in-flight entertainment deck until the second flight. Okay, so this flight was going to be an 8-hour flight from Dubai to Taipei. In the previous flight, I actually did check the in-flight entertainment. I checked the games section specifically, and in the first flight, I actually played Bejeweled, like actual Bejeweled, the classic pop cap game on this thing. I was like, you know, it was okay. Then I realized before leaving the first flight, someone next to me was playing Tetris. I was like, dude, I fuck with Tetris. I love Tetris. I'll play Tetris. I'm not very good at it, but I love to play anyways. Like, I was actually the first person to mod, Tetris Effects when it came out on PC. But also I was the first one who figured out how to decrypt the pack and silo my own content in there. Anyways, I actually did play Tetris a lot for a little bit there. Not very good at it, of course. I still know how to T-spin personally. I'm the person who just does Tetris, like the line clears. That's about it. Using like the typical stack up methods. Anyways, I realized, okay, they've got Tetris. Shit. So I played a frick ton of Tetris on the flight. I would say a good hour or so was spent playing Tetris. They also had Pac-Man on there. Actually quite a lot of big games. They had even at 2048. Now the problem with playing Tetris is we go back here to check out the controller itself. You can't really see it from you can't really tell from the photo alone, but the D-pad was mushy. Not the best, and also I feel like there was an input lag. So I didn't have the best time playing Tetris. That said, it still was enough to kill time with. I think what threw me off the most was the control. So to do counterclockwise and clockwise rotation, you do 2 and 4. And of course, it's not like any of the symbols we're used to. Not like the PlayStation symbols, not the Xbox symbols. No, it was 1, 2, 3, 4. Rotation with 2 and 4 was already weird enough. 3 was hold. And 1 was menu. Yeah, that was weird. The D-pad being mushy and the not so responsive buttons was one of the main reasons why I didn't play Tetris for much longer. I mean, it was still good, but at the end of this, I think I played like 6 or 7 sessions. So like, I didn't take the last picture of the last time of the final time that I played Tetris, but like 6 of the top 8 were like me. In the previous flight where I did play Tetris like once, I think I was like 2nd or 1st place. I think it was 2nd place actually. Steamrolling scoreboards. I mean, to be fair, these were probably kids, because like if you actually played serious enough and lasted for like few good levels, you should at the very least get more than 43,000. The score really wasn't that hard to get. Anyways, yeah, Tetris helped. Of course, on the second flight I played more, because on the second flight I actually had. Is the picture not here? I had the. All right, here it is. I had the charging port in front of me. Unfortunately, yeah, as you can see from this poor Type A port, it has seen better days. I cannot use this charging port, but I was able to still use the power outlet at the very least. So I was able to play some PZ on that. Why the pins look like that? It's missing the plastic part at the top. That's probably why. Yeah. Also at Dubai Airport, in between 2 gates, there was like 1 charging station with like 3 Type Cs and 3 Type As. All of the Type A ports were broken like this. Same deal. All of them had the plastic bits broken off. So like you could only use the Type C ports. And even then, the Type C ports were like, I don't know, 10, 15 watts, not sure. Like not quick. Yeah, PZ helped a little bit at the very least. Played quite a few bits of it. Enough to the point where the water actually ran out in the game. That said, we still had electricity in the game. By the time if electricity go out, I'll probably start a new save. They don't like dealing with generators. Anyways, we're off topic. Now regarding food, this flight actually had 2 different meals because it was an 8-hour flight. It was long enough so that we had 2 different things. So for breakfast, you had fruit, yogurt. You could choose between omelet and prawn. I chose prawn. Sorry, I chose omelet. I chose poorly. This did not taste very good. It was dry and I think it's to be expected for omelet that's been reheated. So yeah. Also got some nut. I'm still not entirely sure if this is cereal or not. It's things that look like cereal. Bread, crackers. This is yogurt. Now I gotta say, I'm still not entirely sure if the yogurt was good. As in, like, did it go bad? I'm not sure if it was spoiled or not, because like it was more fermented than the usual yogurt I'm used to. It was kind of sour. So I didn't finish it. Thankfully my stomach didn't complain. I'm still not entirely sure if that yogurt was okay or not. Maybe it just was like this. I don't know, weird. Yeah, the omelet was okay. Safe to eat. Well, my stomach didn't complain, so I guess so. That's it. The chocolate was a little bit too sweet for me. I had chocolate after that, which was included, I think. Or was it this meal? I forgot. Anyways, the sauce itself was good. The problem was the omelet, a little dry, including the bacon. But it still tasted okay. Okay, and now this is the second meal, which is Asian coleslaw. I still don't know what an Asian coleslaw implies. It's not like we have coleslaws around here. Didn't go of once again. I avoided prawns, not because I didn't want prawns, but like in retrospect, I probably should have gone prawns here. But I was more interested in chicken personally. Salted caramel milk cake, and yeah, this was it. The coleslaw was a little bit. The vegetables were a little bit. The veggies was a little too hard for my liking. Like otherwise, it was okay. They had the cheese again, and alongside of the chocolate and crackers, and a piece of bread. And yeah, this is what the chicken looked like. The chicken was also dry, unfortunately. This was a sweet potato. The other stuff actually liked. Chicken was okay. Like I said, a little dry. But yeah. Okay. At this point, I normally have a lot more photos in this, but I had to remove some of them because I didn't really feel like they were necessary to include. At this point, after this picture, then my next picture was at the metro in Taipei, in Taiwan, after I landed. So yes, this whole thing, because of the KLM delay, I had to stay in Amsterdam and Dubai for like an extra 24 hours. It was grueling. It was annoying. It was not great. That said, the food was good at the very least. But yeah, so Monday was supposed to be like a day off. Like it was actually a public holiday in Taiwan. So you know, by the time I landed, it was already Monday around like 4 p.m. By the time I got home, it was already 7 p.m. There goes my holiday. I didn't do anything. And I had difficulty. Well, not like I wasn't already having difficulty, but like it didn't help. I kind of had to deal with jet lag, The first day was okay because you know, I was already pretty tired. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed. The day after that, though, I only slept for an hour before I actually had to physically go out to work as well. So like, Wednesday was tough. But yeah, I was still dealing with jet lag. I guess either that or if it's an excuse for me to sleeping late, because it's not like I already wasn't dealing with that before. Anyways, yeah, and now it is now Friday. At least here as 1:50 a.m. I should probably hit the bed soon. That's it. I still need a shower as well. So I won't be able to sleep right away. Now I wanna give a quick recap. Also, this bangs, this music. I wanna give a quick recap of the days I spent in Germany, because some of you weren't here out earlier as well. I might as well. I'll just quickly go through them. Hopefully condense it down to like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So yeah, first day, Chinese airline, China airline. Got to watch some Chiikawa on the plane, which only had part 2 for some reason. Didn't get to see part 1, but sure. Got off at Amsterdam. Off the plane, I mean. And ran into an unexpected passport control. Now that I know, there's going to be a 15-minute wait if I ever go into Amsterdam again. A long passport control line. Very long. Took a KLM flight to Amsterdam. Had a nice 60-watt output. Type C on that plane. Which more planes should have, by the way. Had this very nice macaroon that was kind of dense, like a biscuit. Actually pretty good. Aside from the fact that I don't like coconut very much. Took it over to our hotel. Ran into this CAPTCHA looking sign or signage. Yep. Got some food at a very nice German brew house. And the waiter was very nice here. Got some burger patties alongside curry rice. I also ate this whole thing in whole alongside with the rice because I was stupid. I didn't know I was supposed to put the sauce on the patty. I'm not sure if the waiter witnessed me downing this whole thing in one piece. Because if he did it, I think that must be embarrassing. Anyways, he offered me more sauce to spread on top of the patty. Very good. Would love to go there more once again because the guy was very nice. Saw a lot of different Asian restaurants on the way. Really weird hotel. Once again, for some reason doesn't have a lock there. No, if you want to know more about the hotel rant, go watch the VOD because it was a whole ordeal. Five Guys in Germany bangs. Would love to have more. These taken of experience, yes and no. Most of these are taken with my camera. Some of them are with my phone. You can probably tell based on the depth of field and the lighting. But yes. Five Guys kind of expensive here. I mean, regardless, I think it was very good. Okay, calm down with the music. Thank you. Can I have something a little more upbeat? That's better, actually. Five Guys was good. I love the fries. fries was good. Versus the easy playlist. You know what? Good point. There you go. Yeah, fries banged. I would love more. Five Guys at some point. Grilled cheese sandwich, very good. A little bit saltier than I would have liked, but very good. For my first grilled cheese. And got a 24-hour ticket to hop on trams and trains and metro and whatnot. Also activate windows. First time seeing a 2-story train. Berlin main place. Got some currywurst for the first time here at this chain. Swimming in ketchup. Just how I like them. Took this metro all the way to Berlin Wall. I got to see the insides. Unfortunately, the Berlin Wall Memorial isn't open. Wasn't open. Probably still isn't, actually. A few more historical sites around the area. Pan so good they made Pan 2. A few good, cool photos. Went to a nature museum. A few stops away from the Berlin Wall. Got to see dinosaurs, dead dinosaurs, anyways. Rocks. A lot of rocks. Rocks, let's go. Yeah. So many rocks. If you like rocks, you'll like the next one. Sand. I went to Germany to see sand. Wow. Where's rock? Not here, apparently. Where's sand too? Man, sand's so good they should make sand too. We got Earth. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that. Astrology, yeah. Germans being mean to birds. Yeah, show the birds also be them being cooked. A bunch of dead sea animals. Cosmos. It's like funny Xenogear. Sorry, not Xenosaga. A very nice ladies' cafe inside the museum. Very nice. Actually, I was kind of surprised there was only one person working there, and that was a lady. Muffin. It was €3. It was okay. Had the muffin next to the window. I looked outside for the little view with a tram we took. Very nice views as well. Had one of these pork legs things. We have these in Taiwan as well, by the way. But it was certainly interesting to have ones in Germany. Also, the sauerkraut was interesting. Actually, that was my colleague's favorite part, because it was like very different from what we have in Taiwan. Potatoes are good. I got currywurst, of course. I didn't finish the fries. It was like too much. I assume that's what they are, anyways. Sauerkraut. I got potato soup with bread. And more sausage inside. And I also got a course into tipping for the first time here. Yeah, if you go to this place as German, I think you'll be fine. But if you go to this place as a tourist, watch out for the waitress that might ask you for a tip. I think this might have been Alexander platform, I'm not sure. Like, there was a bunch of people here. It was actually very popular. Yeah, Alexanderplatz. Also, this barred up vending machine. I still think this is really funny. Android signage rebooting. A very expensive figures. They're normally like 10 to 15 bucks a pop here in Taiwan. They're like $35, which loses the whole point of this line. But my condolences if you buy these in Europe. You gotta include the shipping to Germany for the figures. Yeah, I would not bother unless you go to Japan or something, because like those are supposed to be cheap. Yeah, only buy these if you're in Japan or other similar places. I understand this is shipping and whatnot, but like once again, I feel like the whole point of that line of figure was supposed to be cheap. So it kind of makes it, yeah. Anyways, Pikachu, PS Vita looking ass. I thought it was really funny they kept the buttons on here. I'm pretty sure Sony could have sued them for that. Anyways, water game. They still make those? Yeah, apparently. Oop. Sorry, wrong button. Yeah, I was very surprised that to see something like this here, the little water game thing for kids. Pastries. Okay, Surgeon, I'm gonna need you to answer this for me. Are these supposed to be like pie or pie crusts? Because like it was very confusing to me that they're like pie beds. Okay, so pie the pie crust thing. Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Like basically, yeah. Because like that amount doesn't make sense if it's like a whole pie. It was just weird to me that they had different fruits on there. That was what caught me off guard. Like, okay, what's the difference? Anyways, yeah, that. VB 2025. We had a still don't know what this is. I'm sure someone will be able to answer this. It is either a projector screen, or another theory that I got from another colleague was this could be used to block out the sunlight. But I'm still leaning towards this being a projector screen. Like, obviously this isn't like lower all the way through, but like weird thing to have in a hotel room. But sure. Food. At VB 2025. VB 2025 was good. Food was okay. And once again, shout out to Abstract Noise for doing the copy of Windows internals. A few researchers came up to us and had a great talk. Once again, I had a great time in general with the researchers I did talk to. The networking part was actually very cool. Once again, I won't dive into any of the details for the conference because I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about that. But sure, there's that. Had a little dinner before the drinks night. Got this burger, which was decent enough. The bread my friend ordered. This was the second time that I got coerced into tipping, and because of the awkward silence we had when he asked me if I wanted to tip, I said no, and then there was a good 5-second pause between the both of us, and so I was pretty much pressured into tipping. I ended up tipping whatever was the least amounts on that thing, on the kiosk. Yeah, fine. I was just like, okay, whatever, dude. I think I paid 7 more euros than I would have liked to here. Drinks party. Didn't have much to eat, but they did at least offer snacks. Initially didn't get to talk to anyone, but I did end up still talking to a few good researchers, especially the folks at ESET. Ratatouille. It was actually really nice to see. It tasted pretty. I like Ratatouille. and the potato is good too. Potato was actually the best part. Salted potato, my favorite. The fish, not so much. The fish had a bunch of bones inside, but yeah. Cheesecake. Got gifted a piece of Berlin Wall. This is the gala dinner. I really like whatever this is. This is supposed to be an appetizer, like cheese and bread. The main course, the pastry, and I assume the lamb rib or something. I'm not sure. Cake, ice cream, etc. And I got to meet up with a Hungarian friend I've known for like at least 6+ years. Very good guy. Once again, appreciate him for actually flying all the way from Hungary all the way up to Germany just to meet me, and also taking a taxi here as well, and getting a hotel booked as well. It seems like a lot of work and money. Although allegedly the flight is very cheap, but you know, still hotel and whatnot. And the second day, lunch, the meatball was very good. Bean salad, didn't have any. More cake. I love cheesecake. I love these. I would down more of these if I could. I love anything cheesecake related. Got to refund our bottles. Return our bottles. Got some donor. It was pretty freaking big. I still think this might have been the largest thing I've had when I was in Germany. I think I got number 3 actually, not number 1. Yeah, I paid $8.80 for it. More drinks. My God, those are expensive. I mean, for what it was fine. Oh yeah, apparently I'm getting paid by the company for each day I stay overseas, as in like on top of my what I'm supposed to get paid daily. So at the very least, food is definitely gonna get covered by that. So whatever. More drinks. Walk down wherever this is. You got paid for delay. So that part I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm not sure if they're gonna pay for the day of the delay just yet, because like I still have to go through the paperwork for it, and we're still in the middle of that. It has to be approved first. If not, then at the very least I get the money for 6.5 days I stayed there. But if I get paid for a delay, that would be like an extra $60. Yeah, the street with the gate. We didn't end up. We were gonna be here for more drinks, but didn't get to any. Didn't find any bars that we wanted to go to, unfortunately. But at least we had a good walk with the Hungarian friend. Saw a flea market. Would have really loved to go to these flea markets, but unfortunately, at this point we were on our way to the airport. And here's why everything went wrong. Yeah. But before everything went wrong, I got my sandwich alongside caramel frappuccino. Yeah. You also get to donate your bottles before you go in. And then the deposit BS after security. Not that we can return the bottles anyways. The Hungarian friend was actually complaining about this to me as well, because it's not like they're cross-compatible between countries. Multiple EU countries might have the same recycling program, but you can't just like take the bottle from another country and then recycle it back at the place, back at your origin country, and then expect to get the money back. So there was also that. So he also thought it was like BS that he had to get charged like 0.25 euro for buying anything in the airport. My last career worst. I'd love to get more. Flight delay, very cool. Angry customer support. More fries. I'll be honest. I think I'm good with fries for a little while. This was a little too much fries for me. I almost didn't finish it, but I did. Arrived at the hotel. Realized, oh wait, they have dinner. Damn it. Actually, this dinner didn't look half bad. A lot of people, or rather, a few people I sent this to were like, "Oh, that doesn't look so good." I'm like, well, it looks fine. Besides, it was free for me, so yeah, I'll take that. Good room. Good breakfast. Don't know about the Dubai chocolate. Got more Starbucks. More PBSD. I cannot speak. More PBSOD moment. A380, very large, freaking 2 floors of an overview cam. Food. I actually only just now finished this bag. Like one of the BRBs that I did moments ago. I actually had this bag of snack because I actually didn't eat most of the snacks that came with the flights, and mainly because by the time I'm done with the main course, I'm usually like full enough. Give it free ice cream and free cookie. More food, and that was about it. Yeah. Overall, let me just go through. Let me just do a little closing thought about my first time in EU. So, I would definitely like to revisit more at some point. Especially Amsterdam. I would definitely like to visit there under a better circumstance. The main reason being, I've had a friend that I've been meaning to visit for a very, very long time, but never got around to. Even during the delays in Amsterdam, they were like, "Oh, I cannot make it in such short notice," and I was busy. So yeah, unfortunately, maybe sometime in the future. But I think you're gonna recap, but I'll watch the VOD anyways. Okay, that's good. I mean, there were a lot of details and things that I missed out on anyways. As for Germany itself, it's very unlikely that, first of all, the next VB is going to be taking place in Cervell, Spain. So it's already not going to be back in Germany anyways. I think they pick a different location each year, actually, in EU. If I were to visit Germany again, I would definitely prefer to try other locations first, like Frankfurt or what was the other place? Like the west side of Germany, I think. Yeah, if I were to go, I want to try other places because I've heard Berlin's allegedly the worst place. I've heard this from many different Germans that I asked. A lot of them were like, "Why are you in Berlin? Berlin is like the worst place." So if I were to go, I guess I'll try other places. Now I would preferably like to do this with someone else. Hopefully someone native to EU. Anyways, I don't know when this is the next time, if I'm ever gonna revisit EU anytime soon though, because like it's really expensive. It's like I usually won't go out of my way to do it unless it's paid for by the company or by someone else, or I won a lottery. Because the flight alone is usually like $1,600 or more, and hotel is not cheap. But yeah, if I ever go there, that would be great. I might want to visit UK at some point as well, but that's like, whenever. As for the actual conference itself, I really enjoyed my time there. The thing with VB was there were a lot of good talks, but I'll be honest, the talk was just like one part of it. I really liked the networking part. I really liked to get to talk to a few different people in the industry and exchange information between researchers. Because like you don't always get to talk to researchers from other places very often. You get to exchange information and whatnot. And I think that's the most valuable part out of this entire thing. Also, it was kind of nice to know that a few researchers do watch my streams. At the very least, some of them follow me on Twitter. I've talked to people who were like, "Oh, you're yeah. I know you on Twitter. I know your streams, etc. etc." Yeah, there was specifically one Indian researcher. I was like, "Hey, that apparently talked to some other people at our company. That apparently we do work with them to some degree, and apparently they let my other colleague know that, hey, I know that guy. It'll be nice to meet him." And the other guy was like, "Okay, cool. I'll let them know." And yeah, they told me. I was like, "Oh, okay, sure." They could be in the viewer in this very stream. Who knows? But I appreciate anyone that's stopped by for a conversation. Whether it's regarding the report, whether it's regarding the talk, or general chit chat, or regarding this, what I do on Twitter and or Twitch, and or streaming in general. They could be you. They could be me. They could even be. Get their head blown off. Yeah, aside from that, yeah, I really enjoyed my time there. What I actually enjoyed more, I thought curry was okay at first. But the more I've had it, it's actually pretty good. I would love to get more at some point. Oh yeah, I also got to talk to a few different people more extensively. I think I actually talked to Russian Panda quite a few times as well. If you are in the e-crime scene, you may know her on Twitter. She has written quite a few config extractors and made various findings on e-crimes in Russia specifically. She's not actually Russian, by the way. Did you get to try club? I did not. I mean, I went to a bar that was like kind of partying, but like my Hungarian friend and I was just like, okay, this is a little too loud. We're not gonna be there. So we kind of just walked in and walked out. We didn't even order anything. One thing I've noticed is, I guess it could be the area I was in. Oh wait, Clubmate is a drink? Yeah. Well, in that case, I didn't. But either way, back to what I was saying. I noticed that people there like to party. German hacker culture drink. Yeah, I did not have that. Interesting. The most drink I've had there was really mostly shots. And of course beer. I'm not a huge beer person though, personally, but I know Germans love their beer. Yeah. Overall, good time. I would I think what was, like I said, the most valuable was being able to talk to people and was able to exchange information, because I personally got to learn a few more work related stuff. Let's just put it that way. I got a few more intels out of groups I was specifically after. We won't go into detail on that, but you know, good to talk to people and good to see people that I could possibly exchange information with and or possibly samples. Yeah. And I guess that'll be it for the EU German recap. Now before I go, I do want to mention I'm gonna be away between Saturday to Monday. I know I just came back, but I'm gonna be away again. Mainly because it's gonna be Mid-Autumn Festival. I gotta head back to see the family. That said, I'm not sure if I'm gonna have a stream tomorrow. I won't make promises. I just say there might be a stream. But if I do stream, the next stream is gonna be Silent Hill F. Yes, spooky game. Wow, first time on this channel. Voices of the Void doesn't count because it's mostly silly stuff rather than actually very scary. I don't play horror games very often. For good reason. I'm not really interested in horror games for the most part. Not even just because they scare me, but I guess that's one reason as well. But although I'll be honest, the things I'm more terrified by are usually jump scares, which I know Silent Hill is not that type of game. Usually, I think. Yeah, if I do stream, VOTV is how you look up YouTuber during VOTV streams. I know a lot of people consider it to be very scary, psychological horror, whatever, but I think it's more of a sandbox game to me. It's just there's a whole lot of fun stuff to do. There are scary moments too, but like, it's not that big of a deal. Actually, hang on. Before I go, because I actually wanted to add Crispy. Let's see if Crispy is here. If he, well, regardless whether or not he's here, because it's gonna be a very short thing. I don't want to leave it to next stream. There were quite a few big announcements when I was in Germany regarding gaming. Specifically, you know, Silent Hill F came out, and Sonic Team Racing also came out, or Sonic Cross Worlds. I forget what it's called, the racing game. But the main big thing was Kiwami 3. I want to watch the trailer for that before I go. So let me pull that up real quick. Okay. Cannot be captured using game capture. Okay. Oop, it's too big. Okay. Let me check this out real quick. It was a little concerning when I looked up Kiwami 3 and the first result was rants and worries. I'm a little concerned. Well, yeah, let's watch this.
You see, we're on the cusp of success.
We're watching the Japanese one instead. Apparently they're doing dubbing for Kiwami 3. Audio track, Japanese original.
ですから、ここが正念場なんです。ここで桐生を始末しなきゃ、東上界の土地買収が止まっちまう。あの男は必ずそうしてきます。そうなりゃリゾート開発は元の木阿弥だ。だが、ここで桐生をやっちまえば、立ち退きの件も一挙に肩がつく。あとは総理の椅子まで一直線だ。ねえ、鈴木先生。
どうも、国土交通大臣の鈴木と申します。
ああ、知っている。
いいから、さっさと出て行け。
またこれが。
Yeah,
立
eviction
ち退き
notice.
って書いてあるけど、私たち出ていかないといけないのかな。
お前らいきなりこんなもんちらつかせてどういう了見だ。
とっとと沖縄から出ていけ。
Oh,
おいこら。
he looks so different.
あんたが暴力で向かってくるなら構わない。そん時はこっちも手加減なしにやらせてもらうぜ。
沖縄米軍基地
I
拡
feel like
大
that's a
法案の
completely
金
different
案
face, is it?
田宮隆三防衛大臣とリゾート開発の責任者鈴木義信国土交通大臣が今日揃って現地沖縄へ視察に訪れました。
国を守ることは私の責務だ。これは沖縄の土地の権利書。俺が断ると言ったら
Hell yeah, Daigo.
お前が巻き込まれている事件、実は今俺が追っかけてる山と繋がってる。
Mine.
大悟を撃った男とも繋がっていると。持ち腐れろ。
俺らの中で六代目を弾いた可能性が高いのは間違いなくあんたなんだぜ。
いよいよ戦争が始まんで。
本物の極道のやり口ってのを近いうちに
Woo!
に入れます。
Yeah!
桐生ちゃん、
Mine!
怪我するだけじゃ済まへんで。誰だお前ら。
This is the end of the line for you. Kazuma Kiryu.
Ah, yes.
待て！玉城の身がこんなとこになんのようだ。子
Yo.
供の命とこの場所だけは見逃してくれ。
死ぬと分かってて戦うの。
Okay, here's my problem with it. Did they change out the old guy? From the that takes care of a little kid?
一人前の男ってわけじゃない。男なら命を張る場面はきっと。
Was that new heat action?
今は俺を信じろ。
何がめでてんだ。
Huh. Wait, there's more. Are we getting a Mine side story? He looks so different.
なんだ。
どう
ダメです社長。狙いは会長です。バックだバック。
ずっと一人だった。
賛成が過半数を超えたことを確認しました。会長には開発部門から離れていただきます。
何言ってる。俺の会社だぞ。誰からも愛されず必要ともされず、ただ孤独と向き合うだけの毎日。
おいしっかりしろ。おいおい、避けてみろや。何お前、しょこまか逃げ回りよって。
だから私はあなたと争うつもりはないんです。単刀直入に言います。神田さん、私と一緒に稼ぎませんか。実は私、極道の世界で一旗あげたいと思っているんです。
極道の世界じゃ杯交わした親と子の関係は絶対やからな。親のためなら命捨てることもいとわへん。それが俺らの生き方や。飼い犬に手かまれるどころじゃねえ。見ねえ、お前ってやるはとんでもねえワルだな。俺がほんまに危ない時はお前が命張れや。
極道の世界はまさに真靴だ。油断をしていると後ろからバッサリやられるぞ。
なんだあいつ。見ねえ、無事か。
俺はようやく見つけた。強い、あまりに強い光を。俺はあの人のために生きていく。
Woo! It's considered a what's the word I'm looking for? Gaiden as well. So yeah, we're just getting more and more Gaidens. Next February. That's not that far away, actually. It's like 4 months. Wow. Okay. Shit. How much are we talking about though? Let me check. Is it on Steam yet? At least the listing. Oh, okay. That's not bad. It's like $60. I mean, as long as it's not like $70, I'm good. Yeah, that's not bad. A pre-order bonus, I'm good, dude. Yeah. Okay. Wow. I am very much looking forward to the game, aside from the fact that the guy is different. This change I'm not a big fan of. So for context, this was supposed to be a totally different guy. I think this might be why there was this video.
Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Character changes, yeah.
I don't know. It's about time to mention the elephant in the room. The character changes are baffling. Rikia is one of the most iconic sidekicks in the franchise, and his character design is a huge part of it. Completely flipping it is a massive mistake.
I agree. I was like, who the hell is this guy? This did not look like Rikia.
The rumors I hear is that the original actor was too expensive to get for this remake, and on that level, I believe that they shouldn't have made this remake at this time if schedules weren't aligning or if it's just too expensive to get. I kind of wish they would get more money and then come back to this later.
I agree. This does not look like Likia. I don't like that because Likia is like one of the most iconic part of Yakuza 3.
Change made to Hamazaki I think is more insulting because he had a very, very distinctive look. I am open to more bold changes with Hamazaki because in the...
That's who it was supposed to be? What? This guy was like the biggest douche in Yakuza 3, but he was iconic because of it.
Story, there's certain aspects of his arc that get rushed by really, really quickly. And especially with the way he plays into 4, some more backstory on him, or just like more time dedicated to him would have been really helpful. The one thing I didn't want changed was him. This new guy doesn't look like him at all.
Yeah, this guy does not. This is weird.
So confusing. The old man I can kinda get behind.
The old man was the one I can't get behind. He looks so different.
Mostly because I hear a lot of buzz around his actor being an all-time legend, but changing the character design from the original, it just doesn't fit.
Yeah, like, so this is who it's supposed to be. You know, I feel like the new guy looks very generic.
A great like old man warmth to him before, and I'm just not feeling it with this new guy. I don't know this man. This man's not my family. Get out of here. All these character designs felt way too important for them to just throw them out the window.
I agree.
Usually with these modern remakes, they'll change the original character designs, but they'll keep the basics the same. You know, like the coat will be slightly different. Some outfits will have like different pieces here and there. Some will have like a more modern look, but the basic shape is still there. This is just a completely new fucking guy. Hell, even when they recast someone in like Yakuza 4, he got to keep the same outfit and general vibe. This is completely absurd. This is out of left field. Out of everything they could have changed in a new Kiwami, this never crossed my mind. They're kind of reaching new possibilities to make me disdain the Kiwamis more. They seem to still be carrying over complaints I've had with the first two Kiwamis. The cutscenes seem copy and pasted from the original, but with very HD models, so certain animations just look really out of whack. There's also brand new cutscenes like in Kiwami 1, so the differences might be more noticeable. Though I will say the lighting in cutscenes looks pretty nice. The lighting in-game, I really hope it doesn't look like Pirate Yakuza, because like the way that game would change like daytime, like they would like try to replicate the feeling of your eyes adjusting to the sun, looked terrible.
And that part I'm fine with, honestly. It's not that bad. What other stuff was there? Yeah, the other stuff is fine. That said, apparently there's like other combat first look. I need to go back here to the Japanese channel. Was there more in the direct, perhaps? Right here.
を遂げたのか、詳しい内容をプロデューサー、ディレクターの堀井からご説明させていただきます。
変わる伝説、新たな歴史をコンセプトに、全てにおいて大幅に進化を遂げた自信を持ってお届けできる極みクオリティの一本になっています。ストーリーは龍が如く3のシナリオをベースに、当時描ききれなかった新奇シーンを多数追加。桐生やその相棒的な存在である島袋力也、敵対する峰、神田、浜崎といった周辺人物たちの思惑や信念をより深く描くことで、さらに重厚で熱い人間ドラマに仕上がっています。また本作の進化はシーン追加だけにとどまりません。ストーリーへの没入感やゲームクオリティをさらに高めるため、一部設定やセリフ、演出の見直し、
Not a huge fan of these
中には
character
展開や結
changes
末を
once
追加したシーン
again.
も存在します。過去を美化し、ただただ忠実に作り直すという守りの姿勢ではなく、過去を大きく超え、よりプレイヤーの皆さんに愛していただける作品を目指す攻めの姿勢で作り上げたのがこの龍が如く極み3なんです。物語の舞台となるのはシリーズでもおなじみの東京カムロ町、そして本作ならではの舞台である沖縄琉球街です。最新のエンジンで一から作り直した琉球街は細部に及ぶ作り込みにより沖縄特有の空気感を再現、より美しく鮮やかで人間味あふれる沖縄の街が楽しめます。ローカルな市場やおなじみの街並みはもちろん、新たなスポットやコンテンツ、笑えて泣ける。
So I'll be honest, it's got that typical Kiwami Dragon Engine look to it, which I'm not entirely sure if it's... Maybe I'm just used to Kiwami 3 looking very blocky. Sorry, Yakuza 3 looking very blocky.
サブストーリーも多数用意。街を回るだけでも時間を忘れてしまうような魅力あふれる舞台となっています。次にバトルについてです。アクションアドベンチャーゲームである本作は主人公の桐生一馬を操り、ド派手な喧嘩バトルを楽しむことができます。本作では2種類のバトルスタイルを用意しています。1つ目のスタイルは堂島の竜極み。桐生一馬の代名詞であり、シリーズおなじみのバトルスタイルでもある堂島の竜。本作ではそんな堂島の竜スタイルの究極進化系をコンセプトに、今までで最も爽快かつ豪快な喧嘩ができるスタイルとして作り込みました。桐生らしい荒々しさや力強さといった表現を徹底追求。まさに男臭い喧嘩の象徴と呼べるような生々しさと熱量を感じられる仕上がりになっています。シリーズおなじみの路上にある看板などを拾った攻撃や必殺技ヒートアクションももちろん健在。
Yeah, this is all to be
これぞ
expected.
桐生一馬となるような最高の喧嘩体験があなたを待っています。そしてもう一つのバトルスタイルが今回初登場となる琉球スタイル。沖縄に伝わる武器術をモチーフに我々のスタジオならではの解釈を加えて作りました武器アクションスタイルです。 ボタンの連打や長押しといった簡単操作を組み合わせるだけで、ヌンチャク、二丁釜など全8種類の武器を駆使した爽快でテクニカルな武器アクションが楽しめます。2つのスタイルはバトル中いつでも切り替えが可能。ご自身の好みや戦況に合わせて切り替えて標的たちを撃破しましょう。またこれ以外にも本作はドラゴンブーストと呼ばれる強化モードも搭載。モード中はさらに派手で豪快な技が繰り出せるようになります。最強のとどめの一撃ドラゴンフィニッシュは威力も爽快感も抜群です。留学暮らしの気持ちよさ、楽しさはそのままに、さまざまなチャレンジや改良を盛り込んだシリーズ屈指のバトル体験となっています。ぜひ楽しみにしていてください。では次に本作の大きな新要素の一部を紹介します。1つ目は朝顔ライフ。龍が如く3の桐生は沖縄で養護施設朝顔を営んでいるのですが、本作ではそんな朝顔での日常生活をプレイヤーが実際に体験することができます。料理。
Is that farm?
プレイヤーが実際に体験することができます。
Holy shit, is that a farm in my Yakuza game? What was that? The one game they made on Unreal. It's like that game. Holy shit.
料理、野菜作り、宿題。
Cooking mini game. Yeah. Okay, the typical farming stuff is here again. And fishing.
さまざまな体験を通して子供たちとの関係を深めていきましょう。
Catching insects?
日々の暮らしの中で桐生は父親としても人間としても成長していきます。初期段階ではカレーしか作れない桐生もさまざまな家事経験を積ませることで
Yeah, ridiculous cooking minigame.
最強パパに成長させることができます。愛情のこもった料理とともに揺るぎない家族の絆を築いていきましょう。また子供たちそれぞれの成長をテーマにした絆サブストーリーも用意。子供たちが抱える悩みや問題に桐生がどう向き合いどう道を示していくのか。
Do we actually get more backstory for the kids as well? I hope that's the case.
きっと皆さんの心に刺さるはずです。そしてもう一つの新要素が最強列伝突っ張りの竜です。こちらは沖縄の町を守るために地元のレディースチームとともに敵と戦っていくチームバトルコンテンツになります。チームの会長となった桐生は共に戦う仲間を集め、
Are we back for more
激しいチームバトルを繰り広げていきます。
racing game
チームメンバーの編成
like
や
Yakuza 5?
バトルに使う兵器などの購入はもちろん、特攻服やバイクのカスタマイズも可能です。機種や良いドラムが気合の入った特攻服やゴリゴリにチューニングしたバイクを用意すればメンバーの戦闘能力も大幅にアップします。自分好みの最強突っ張りコーディネートを見つけて
That's very Yakuza 5 like.
陣地を取り合って戦う制圧戦といった戦略性の高いルールも搭載しており、今までとは一味違う大規模なバトルが楽しめます。やり込み要素も満載ですので、長く深く遊んで最高のチームを作っていただけたらと思います。それ以外にも携帯電話、ガラケーのカスタマイズやデコレーション、データ通信といった長時間あふれる機能やボーリングなどの定番スポットの復活、人気プレイスポットカラオケの新規追加など、新規さまざまな遊びを可能な限り詰め込んでいます。リメイクの枠を超え、龍が如く3から大きな変化と進化を遂げた最新作、龍が如く極み3。過去作を愛してくださったファンの皆さん、初めて触れるプレイヤーの皆さん、いずれにも満足いただける喜怒哀楽満載の最高のエンターテインメン
Isn't
ト
that the famous scene where they pull a gun in the cutscenes when you skip? It's Mario Kart
龍が如く
racing?
極み3いかがでしたでしょうか。皆様に最高の体験をお届けできるよう
Sure
全力で制
is.
作しています。
It's like
楽しみにお
Yakuza
待ちください。
8.
しかし今回はこれだけではないんです。
Or 7.
冒頭からお伝えしている通り、本作は龍が如く極み3と龍が如く3外伝ダークタイズという2つの作品がセットになっています。続いてこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Okay, yeah, I've seen this part. Okay, I don't want to be spoiled by knowing Mina's moveset just yet. Yeah, very interesting to say the very least. I'm a little concerned about the character changes, but the rest looks good. It's got the expected Kiwami look to it. Might need to remove the filter with a mod, but no, that's a minor thing. Yeah, very good. Now, that being said, I think I'm ready to call it a night. It's like 2:43 a.m. I still need to shower. I need to physically go into work tomorrow, so I gotta like wake up at like 7:30. I need some sleep. Let me see. Who can we raid? Video is streaming. Not a whole lot of people I want to raid. Same category. No. Same category as too many people. Smaller streamer. How about this? I'll send you guys over to Raffi, who is doing Valorant apparently. And I need to switch to. Hang on a second. Let me refresh real quick. I also really need to use the restroom. So I need to send you guys over fast. You know, went live a bit ago. Yeah, but I want to raid someone smaller. Besides, it's not like Vito's actually streaming. If it's just Evil and Nero, I usually won't send you guys over. I will send you guys over to Raffi. And I'll see you guys either tomorrow or sometime next week. Okay, bye-bye.